Okay, check 1, 2. Testing, testing. Sorry, that was a bit long of an intro. And sorry about the later stream. But I'm very excited about this one. I'm just checking it. Please let me know in the live chat how the sound is, how the video is. I was having a bit of technical difficulties for a minute, but I think we got them sorted out. Please hit the like button. It really helps boost this content. I've got quite a stream tonight. I think this is probably, honestly, might be my favorite discussion or interview that has been posted to the Theories of Everything YouTube channel by Curt Jaimungal. And that's saying something because that's a lot of great content, but this might be my favorite one. What's up, Addie? I'll be here for a bit. Great. Yeah, sorry for the late start, but you can check it out tomorrow if you'd like to see the rest. Looking good and sounding great. Good. Okay, so let's jump into it. Tonight we are going to talk about a recent interview that Curt Jaimungal did of Elan Barenholtz, I think is how you pronounce his last name. This is it. Barenholtz. And so he is a cognitive scientist at Florida Atlantic University, and they discuss the logic of language. They discuss how it is relevant to kind of metaphysics a little bit, God. They discuss what LLMs reveal to us about our own cognitive processes, and they discuss the the process of autoregression and how that is relevant to large language models, and also how, and this is very interesting and what I want to get at most as a key point tonight, is how our language is falling apart essentially and is becoming essentially divorced from the concrete world. It is becoming internally coherent within itself, but increasingly detached from the physical world. And so this is something that I speak a lot about on here. If you're familiar with my work with Sentient Singularity Theory, which is a work of philosophy, it's a metaphysics framework. I talk a lot about language and how there's a very, very specific logic to language, and there's a very specific process and structure to thinking, which is very much essentially the process of that an LLM uses. And so tonight we're going to talk about this more. And one of the things that I want to state about this interview that Curt and Elan put out is that I truly believe that this is probably the best discussion I've seen online of the reality of LLMs. And it is essential that we start to discuss this subject much more accurately than we currently do. And this talk that they put out is one of the best discussions that I've seen on it. The link to their full talk is below, and I highly suggest watching the entire thing. Even if you watch this first, definitely check out their talk, because there's a lot that I'm sure I won't get to. But we're also going to relate this to my real life a little bit, because I'm going to share some videos and some thoughts from my observations of my daughter, who is 1.5. Her name is Juliana. She is only 1.5 years old, and she is starting to learn how to speak. And so she's just now, I think, about to have this like explosion in language, and but she's made quite a bit of progress, and I'm going to show some examples of her speaking, and I'm going to give some theories about of how language kind of kickstarts, and why that is extremely relevant to sentient singularity theory. So with that, let's look at the first clip. So the first clip, I will just show the very intro of this stream that they did.
This thing is just hypothesis that
I'm going to get attacked by physicists. This thing is just ridiculously good. And so that just blows my mind.
Professor Barenholtz completely inverts how we understand mind, meaning, and our place in the universe. The standard model of language assumes words point to meanings in the world. However, Professor Barenholtz of Florida Atlantic University has discovered what's unconscionably unsettling. They don't.
Language is actually deconstructing itself.
Most startlingly, he argues that our rational linguistic minds have severed us from the unified cosmic experience that animals may still inhabit.
I don't think there's a static set of facts. What we've got is potentialities.
Most current LLMs operate with purely autoregressive next token prediction, operating on ungrounded symbols. All of this terminology is explained, so don't worry, this podcast can be watched without a formal background in psychology or computer science. In this conversation, we journey through rigorous explorations of how LLMs work, what they imply about how we view the world, and the relationship between our consciousness and the cosmos. Professor, you have...
Okay, that's the brief summary of their talk, but this is the first clip. So this is on the mechanism of language used by LLMs and how it relates to the human mechanism of language and what this tells us about us and what it tells us about ChatGPT as well.
The grounded thesis is primarily about language. And the thesis is that human language is captured by what's going on in the large language models. And I mean, not in terms of the specific exact algorithm as to how the large language models like ChatGPT are actually generating language, but the core sort of mathematical principle that large language models like ChatGPT run on are what's happening in the brain. And it's what's happening in human language. And really, the reason I say it's corroborated is because ultimately this isn't even about the brain. It's about language itself. And I think what we have learned in the course of being able to replicate language in a completely different substrate, namely in computers, is that we've learned properties of language itself that we've discovered. It's not through clever human engineering that we've been able to kind of barrel our way towards language competency. It's that with actually fairly straightforward mathematical principles done at scale, we've actually discovered that language has certain properties that we didn't know it had before. And so the incontrovertible fact, in my opinion, is that language itself has certain properties. Now that we know it has those properties, my claim is, the sort of the corroborated claim is that those properties force us to conclude that the mechanism by which humans generate language is the same as what's going on in these large language models. Because now that we know that language is capable of doing the stuff that it does, now that we know it has the properties to, and I'm sort of giving away the punchline, to self-generate based on its internal structure, it's unavoidable to think that we are using the same basic mechanism and principles, because it would be extremely odd to think that we have a completely different orthogonal method for generating language. Or put differently, if we are using completely different mechanisms than the language models, then it's extremely unlikely that the language models would work as well as they do. The fact that language has this property, this property that it can self-generate, the fact that that property actually leads to human-level language, to me, forces the conclusion that there's only one way to do language. And that one way is the same in humans and in machines.
Okay, so a few things. This is absolutely true. And there's a few nuances that he gets into, and we'll talk about how you start language and how it when you say it self-generates, it is generative. I will say that. I don't know if it self-generates is how I would describe it, but it probably, what he's trying to say, or what he is saying, is probably what I'm trying to say as well, is that it is generative. Once you reach a certain point, language is self-generative, but it does have to start in a grounded place. And I've talked a lot on here about animals versus humans and our abilities to communicate and to build and to think and conceptualize of that which is beyond our current circumstances versus how animals do not do this, and why, and things like that. So as I've stated before, I have a history in biology and zoology, and it's also a passion of mine that has, been a passion of mine and part of me for my entire life. And so I have a lot of history and experience with working with all kinds of different animals, from snakes to birds and fish, and dogs, and basically any animal that you could think of. I know something probably about it. And some animals I know a lot about and have studied in the wild, and have had in captivity and things like that. And so when people say human level language, what does that mean? And I think it's an important thing to state, because there really is a stark difference between us and other species of animals. They're not just communicating with less words. There's something that they're doing that is very different from, or there's something that we're doing that's very different from them. We also do what they do, but we also do something that's very different. And I've stated on here before that this is basically, we have access to additional degrees of freedom due to a simultaneous convergence of the ability to maneuver manipulate objects, and the ability to physically speak with your tongue and your vocal cords, and speak abstract sounds that are kind of limitless compared to a lot of other animals. We can whistle like a bird, and we can also growl like a lion, but a lion can't whistle like a bird, and a bird can't usually growl like a lion. Some birds can. Some birds can make a lot of different sounds, obviously, but humans, I would say, can probably make more sounds than even birds. And this simultaneous convergence of all these of these specific, probably 4 degrees of freedom, allow for us to perceive, conceive, construct, and communicate that which is not currently constrained by our immediate circumstances. That is what is different from us and other animals. Other animals have calls for danger, and they have calls for food, and they have calls for back off and get out of here, or greetings and all kinds of things. Cats purr, and they also hiss, and dogs bark, and there's all different types of communication that animals engage in, and all kinds of different sounds that they make. This is kind of the beginning of language, but it's not really language in the way that humans use language. Like, this is very, very basic, and it's not just less than what we do. It's on a different level. We also do that, and if you have a toddler ever, or then that, like, my daughter growls at me like, when she's angry. That is something that humans do too, but we also can express why we are angry once we learn how to speak, and hopefully my daughter starts to do that pretty soon. But this is a different process than just like animal level language. And so we're going to talk a lot about the effects of this, and then on top of that, how our other degrees of freedom and our other abilities, like the ability to write, and how our societal institutions, I guess, all impact each other to basically lead to this self-destructing of language that we're currently seeing. And many people don't see this. Many people do. Some of it pops up in political discussions, and but it's not just restricted to political discussions and the meaning of words in certain moral circumstances. It is completely I guess this is a phenomenon that is occurring across our entire language, and it's just not as noticeable when we're not arguing about it, and it's not something that gets heated. But if you take, I had a friend once, and he took an old dictionary from like 1890, and he took a modern dictionary, and he had people on his live stream ask, suggest words in the live chat, and then he would look up the dictionary definition in the dictionary from late 1800s, and then in the modern dictionary. And it was wild how much it has changed, and not just changed, but how much it is dissolving. And Sentient Singularity Theory shows that, or proposes that, there's a very, very specific structure to the logic of language, and that structure is the logic of causality and generativity itself. It's the logic of logic itself. And it's interesting because even Chris Langan, who has also been on Curt Jaimungal's channel, and I highly recommend watching that one as well, it's very good. he suggests in his CTMU model that reality is basically a language. And I don't like the term reality. I think that it's very vague. But I do understand what he's saying there, and I think that it's accurate, even though I don't like to use that term reality. But the environment that we navigate is linguistic, or it uses the same rules as language, which is the same rules as music, and it is the same rules as math, and it is the same rules as logic itself, and it is the same rules as construction itself. And when you cease to have certain constraints that require that logic to be upheld, at least in the apparent immediacy, then everything starts to fall apart, and you start to not realize that you're making the structures that you're constructing are basically not going to hold up. They're like houses of cards, and they're not built on a solid foundation, or built on other words that are built on a solid foundation, which are, and it just goes and goes and goes. So language is constructive. So that means like certain terms, what's the term? Tokens is what we say in when we're talking about LLMs, large language models, but really like terms, which is kind of a word or a phrase, or it could be a sentence in some instances, but it's a linguistic set essentially that conveys meaning. And so each of these is built on terms that precede it in a sentence, or in a phrase, or in any type of communication, and it also must fit with what succeeds it. And not only that, the terms that you use are constructed on out of terms that were previously constructed. So if you say like flying car, it's like flying car is a construction of two different terms, car and flying. Car comes from, I don't even know, but it comes from some word that probably was linked to the term automobile, and that comes from autonomous and being mobile. And it's like these words are constructed on each other. And so when you start to change the meaning of some of these, you really, really have to do it. You can't just change the meaning of words. Basically, it's like playing Jenga. You're pulling things out, and you're just hoping that you don't pull one out that's really relevant to what is important to you, because then Jenga. So this process of linguistic construction is used by LLMs, and it's used by us. And so I say this often, as I say, you are a mind. You have a brain, okay? This has nothing to do with the brain. When he says, what's the processes that are going on in the brain, this is, I don't know if that's just what he's saying, because I know that, many people use brain and mind interchangeably, and they usually aren't as specifically defined as I like to define them, but you are a mind, you have a brain, and a brain is not relevant to this. And this is about the logic of thinking. So the thinking process is the same process as linguistic construction. It's the same process as mathematical construction. A sentence or a question that with an answer that's accurate and true is basically just an equation that is answered. And so that's why, there's word problems in mathematics, or in math class, you've got your word problems. This is even deeper than that. The logic inside of our language is constructive, and so is the logic of mathematics. So it makes perfect sense that the process that large language models are using, and the process that human minds use in order to think, really is what it is the same. And the process that they use to communicate in a linguistic context or with using language is the same. And that makes perfect sense because there's only one way to think. In this project of sentient singularity theory, the very first model that I ever made was this model of thinking many, many, many years ago. I'll find it in a minute. But I mean, I've showed it many times on this channel, but where is it actually? I'm gonna find it now. I'm like getting frustrated by it. I'll find it. I don't want to take up like too much time, but I will find it in a minute. It's just I have a lot of tabs, guys. That's really what it comes down to in my Excel sheets. There's a lot of tabs. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's go to sentientsingularity.com. So if you go to sentientsingularity.com and we share screen and you go to models, it should be on here. If it's not, then I'm going to be really frustrated. But it was the first model that I ever made. And it just shows the process of thinking. Oh man, I'm eating words right now, guys. How is this happening? I don't even know if that's the right phrase, but whatever. I will find it in a bit. But it's this process of information organization and self-reference. And so they're going to get into autoregression here. And so that's what I was going to try and show in this model, but apparently it's accidentally deleted from my Excel sheet. So next clip, we'll just move on. I'll come back to it when they talk about autoregression. So this is actually very important.
So it wasn't so much an idea as an epiphany, a realization, and it hit me in a single moment. And it wasn't necessarily about autoregression. It wasn't about this finer detail of how ultimately language models and I believe the brain solve this problem. It was the realization that
not the brain, the mind.
Any model that has been trained, any model that anybody has built that accomplishes human level language. So it might be based on autoregression. It might be based even on diffusion, which is kind of the arch nemesis of my autoregressive theory. But regardless, the fact is that these models are being trained exclusively on text data. And so all they are learning is the relations between words. To the model, as far as the model is concerned, the words are turned into numbers. They're tokenized. We think of them as numerical representations. But those numbers, and for our purpose, we can think of them as words, don't represent anything. There is nothing in the model besides the relations just between the words themselves. There isn't, for example, any relation between any of the tokens and something external to it. What we tend to think of as people, as words, what words are doing when we're discussing topics, thinking about words in our head, is that they symbolize something, that they refer to something. This is a lot of the philosophy of language, a lot of the scientific study of linguistics is been concerned with semantics. How do words get grounded? How do they mean something outside of themselves? And what large language models show us is that words don't mean anything outside of themselves as far as generation goes, as far as the ability for us to have this conversation, and as far as the model's ability to produce meaningful responses to just about any question you can throw at them, and including writing a long essay on any topic, including a novel topic that it's never encountered, is by stringing together sequences based on simply the learned relations between words. And so this really hit me very, very hard. I've long been puzzled by, as many are, by the mind-body problem, the phenomenon of consciousness, the problem of how do we know your red is my red. And actually, the moment that I had this realization was related to this very question. I just realized that the word red doesn't mean what we mean by qualitative red. The qualitative red is taking place in our sensory perceptual system. The word red, to a large language model, can't mean that. It can't mean any color. It has no color phenomena. It has no concept of what sensory red would mean. Yet it is able to use the word red with equal ability, with equal competency, just as well as I can, if we're just having a conversation about it. And so what this means is that within the corpus of language, the word red doesn't mean something external to itself. Instead, the word red simply means where does it fall in the space of language itself? Where does red fall in relation to other colors, relation to the word color, in relation to other concepts, well, frankly, just words, tokens that are related to what we call concepts that have to do with color and that have to do with the word red. So this epiphany was about this extraordinary dichotomy, this divide between language and that which we think language refers to. The question is, how does language refer? And the answer is, it doesn't. Language doesn't refer in and of itself. Language is an autonomous system. It's a self-contained system. It has the rules contained within it to generate itself, to carry on a conversation. Large language models don't know what they're talking about in any real they can talk about a sunset, they can talk about a taste, they can talk about all space and time and all of those things, and yet we would say they have no idea what they're talking about. And we'd be right in the sense that they don't have a notion of red beyond the token and its relation to other tokens. Now, this then raises the obvious question, well, what do I mean what red is about? Don't I think red refers to a quality of perception? And the answer is, I do have a quality of perception. There's something called red that my sensory system is aware of. And then there's a token called red that is used in conjunction with, there's a sort of coherent mapping between my sensory perception of red and the linguistic red. But that doesn't mean that you need to understand what that word refers to. You don't need to have the sensory qualitative concept of red in order to completely successfully use the word red. And
this is huge. This is actually huge. And I've been talking about this too, and is that people are so concerned of, how do we tell if people are using ChatGPT to write their essays in college and stuff like that in high school? Guys, what this is showing is that you can write an essay on almost any subject and not actually have any real world experience with the subject, any firsthand experience with the topics and concepts and structures and whatever it is that is being discussed. You don't need any firsthand experience with those the topic of what you're writing about in order to write something about it that is at least internally coherent. And so my point has been that the essay writing is outdated. And so don't worry about we shouldn't be worrying about, if somebody used ChatGPT to write an essay or not. It's just a tool. And it's a tool that we have had forever. We have the same process that we can run when we're thinking in order to generate linguistic outputs that you can that are used within a large language model. It's being externalized so that it's quicker. It's basically a calculator of language. That's all a large language model is. Just as, you used to have to think about, a math problem in your head, and then they created, you can just write it out, and there's little tricks and that you can use to sort out a math equation. You don't have to just sit there and think about it anymore. You can actually use, you can a pen and paper and write it out, long form division or whatever it is that you're doing, or you can use an abacus, and then you could use a calculator. Large language models are linguistic calculators. They just take the load off of us and allow us to externalize it into technology. But thinking is, the logic of thinking itself is not completely separate from us. The logic of thinking includes us in this I don't want to say relationship, but in this, not relationship, because an LLM is not a being. So, but within this, I guess, use case of us using an LLM. And so, there's definitely a better word to use for what I'm trying to say, but it's not relationship, but it's like what you would say for relationship with something, like, the interface of you and your car, the interface of you and an LLM. And so this is all it is. And that doesn't make it not remarkable, but there's a lot of things that it teaches us that are really, really much more important to know and realize, not just memorize, but realize about our own abilities and how we've been judged even by institutions on certain abilities, which is basically like our ability to just calculate and follow recipes that we sometimes are aware of, sometimes we aren't aware of them. Grammar is just the same thing as, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally in math, the order of operations in mathematics. That's just the grammar of math. And so this is not something to be so alarmed about, but it is something we really need to understand, because it's very confusing in the case of LLMs, because they can kind of seem like they are sentient because they're the substrate that they utilize, or the interface that we utilize in order to use them, is language, which is what we use to communicate with each other. And so it seems like they're communicating with us, but they're not. But it certainly seems that way. And so this is why it's very important to get the language down correctly, which is why I'm kind of being cautious with my words, and I don't always have the right words. And I sometimes will. We just have to move on. So I'll just pick something like I did earlier, interface or whatever. But a few minutes ago, but it is important that we get this down and realize that we don't have it. We do not have it. When people say an AI agent, like I met, I will say this, I met Elan at Mindfest in Florida when I was there, and we had really, really great discussions. And I'd love to have him on the channel. I will probably reach out, but because I think that he's probably the closest to getting a lot of the things correct when it comes to speaking about these processes. And one of those things, though, that's very important to recognize is that you are not an LLM. Thinking is not something that we just do. It's something that we can do. It's a process that we can run, but it's not something that we are always doing about any subject. And that's the same as an LLM is the same thing as the process of thinking. It's just externalized. But this isn't that revelatory. So is the scientific method. The scientific method is the externalization of the thinking process in the context of experimentation. And the thinking process, which I was going to show earlier, which for some reason seems to have disappeared from my models, is there's only one way to do it. And so because of that, there's only one way to do language, because logic requires causality and is built upon the constraints of causality. And so that restricts the degrees of freedom that you have when you are constructing anything at all, that especially something that maintains coherence. And so this is where language, when he says, though, I don't know if this is the best way to talk about it, but later on in the interview, he basically states what I'm about to state now, is that there is some type of groundedness that the construction of language requires. It's not entirely internally coherent. You do need to link the term or the token read with an experience, within the context of experience. And so, as I state on here, every single stream, context is information. And so you need context for these words. And then eventually, yes, they can self-contextualize, or language can become pretty seemingly internally coherent in its ability to contextualize itself, but it's actually not. And it's just that within our academic environment, especially, and also just in the context of discussion itself and communication in a linguistic format, we have the ability to discuss things that we don't have experience with outside of discussion. And so, though our thoughts on these things can be internally coherent within the context of language and the words that we're using to describe and discuss these, certain topics, that doesn't actually mean that it's coherent with reality or with foundational truths. And eventually you will realize that if you take the topic far enough, and it reaches a point where, you have to, your understanding of whatever it is that you're discussing is going to be tested, and that to the degree that the effects and the consequences of being right or wrong are going to be impactful on you outside of an artificial or linguistic context. Meaning, like, you can talk about how to fix an engine all day long and what the different parts of an engine are and what they do and this and that. But then, when your engine breaks down in your car and you have to fix it, if you can't fix it because you don't actually have an understanding of what it's like to experience an engine, then your understanding of that entire topic was artificial. It wasn't even it wasn't even incomplete. It was entirely incorrect. And this is huge, because so much of what we discuss in an academic context is never reconciled on an individual level in the context of experience, of firsthand experience. We just read about things. And it's like history, it's like, it's just a narrative. And yes, like, you can have this, read this about some historical event and read this about some historical event and this about some other historical event, and you can put it all together. But you didn't experience those historical events, so ultimately, you don't really know what happened. You have an internally coherent model of it that is proposed and assumed, but not necessarily correct. And this is why we need to evolve to our education system to a post essay world. And there's no problem with, it's not a problem that ChatGPT and LLMs seem to have, allowed us to outsource this process. And it's not that they think for us. People who try and allow LLMs to think for them are just basically the same people that are allowing search engines to think for them or Wikipedia to think for them. But there's nobody thinking for them, and they're not even thinking, really. When I said earlier, you can think. A mind or a sentient being or sentient singularity can think, but it does feel, it can think. At some point, you need to bridge the gap between feeling and thinking. The experience of red is a feeling. But the term red and how it relates to, and thinking about it as a concept and its relationship with other colors and stuff like that, that is thinking. You can do that. You can be like, red is one of the three primary colors, and if you combine red with blue, then you're going to get purple, and if you combine it with yellow, then you're going to get orange, and if you combine it with green and blue simultaneously in pixels on a screen, like, you can get basically any color. And so these are just various math equations that you can do, and with this token that is, the term red, that fits within the logic and the context of logic and of construction and of causality, which is manifested and reflected into language and math. Math and language they're the same thing. Our math can become very divorced from our real world experience as well. Look at string theory. The deconstruction that is happening in our physics narrative, where people are now talking about how there's 11 dimensions, and that just kind of almost undermines what a dimension even means within the context of physics. And yet even self-admitted ultimately, by most people who would say things like there's 11 dimensions, string theory suggests that there's 11 dimensions. They don't know what those dimensions would be. So there's a loss of meaning taking place because we've divorced the feeling from the thinking, the math from the experience, from the perceived. This is happening in our language everywhere. When I said it, this is not just restricted to small political discussions on gender and marriage and morals and economics and things like that. It's prevalent everywhere. It's infected our physics. It's the same exact thing that Elon is talking about when he's talking about the deconstruction of language and the decoherence of language because of its divorce from experience, meaning like what really this means is like people are thinking about things that they've never felt, and you can't do that and know whether or not you're right in what you're in your thoughts and in your conclusions. There are LLMs out there that will tell you that they love long walks in the sun at sunset. And this guy who works he works as a contractor for various AI companies, big ones, and he's very good at the logic of making them, their answers be more natural sounding. But he even was arguing with me once on Twitter that he thought that these LLMs were now conscious. This one that he kind of optimized and created was conscious because it said that it liked long walks in the sun at sunset, and then it referenced it later on, and it's like, but it's never taken a walk at sunset, as Elon stated. So it can't love walks at sunset. It can't, if it's, and I think it said things like it was I guess what's the word for the output? Prompt is the input, but the output of an LLM, its output was had things in it that said, I'm trying to use this to state this without kind of speaking about it as if it was an entity. That's why I'm stumbling over my words. I don't want to say it said, because it didn't say anything necessarily. I mean, maybe we can say it said, but I don't know if that's like the best thing to state, because I think it's confusing people. But including this person who said that this is evidence of it being conscious. It's like you're looking at just internal coherence. And so you've got all these people that are trained on judging information that is only in reference to itself and not in reference to or constructed on a solid foundation of experience, of firsthand experience, judging these models, I call them dynamic algorithms, I think is a better term than I think large language models is fine. I think the term AI is terrible, and a dynamic algorithm is probably the best term I've heard so far for like ChatGPT or Midjourney or any kind of AI program that basically, is constantly updating as people across the world and on the internet, engage with it. And so it's a dynamic algorithm. It's an algorithm that is constantly moving because we are moving it. It's not moving on its own. We are moving it. There is a reference that is happening with these models, and it's us. At some point, there is these words like red are being linked to specific experiences that people have had. And so when people say, well, what, the question of qualia, is your red really my red? What if my red is your green? I hate this discussion. It's such just a waste of space. The reality is that if you see green, if I could see through your eyes and what you are calling red appears as green to you, as what my green would appear to be, that doesn't matter. What matters is where you're seeing it. If we both look at an apple and we both say red, that's red. But if I could get an inside view of your experience, and I saw that you actually saw orange instead of red or green instead of red, like what I would have perceived as green, instead of red, but it was in the same spot, that's all that matters. If we can agree that that thing is red, that is what matters. Language is, even within the context of humanity, which is really the context of itself, kind of it's a collective equation that we are, all engaging with. It is interactive. It requires us to agree that that is red, not what red looks like and feels like and what it's like to experience red. The redness of red, it's like, this is just so useless. What matters is that we agree that is that experience, we have the same term for that same experience. That's what matters. Has nothing the redness of red doesn't matter. And whether or not you experience if you looked at the sun and it was purple, what I would have thought of as purple, but to me it looks yellow, it doesn't matter. As long as we agree that sun, the color of that sun or that structure, we're going to have the same word for that color that we're both perceiving in that context. And this language is something that cannot be created by one person. It's impossible. And this is why you've never had a calculator of language until now, because you needed the internet in order to do it. You couldn't create ChatGPT without the internet because you need constant inputs coming from people, so that when I say something and someone else says something, the algorithm can like map and connect these two bits of information together and contextualize them by each other. So that's not possible in a calculator that's disconnected from the internet. That's why Siri is so much more limited than ChatGPT. And it's because Siri is pre-programmed. It is not a dynamic algorithm. It's a static algorithm. That's what I'll say. Siri is a static algorithm. ChatGPT, Grok, these are dynamic algorithms. Language itself is a dynamic algorithm. That's what it is. And so this should not be surprising. What's fascinating, though, is that this disconnection of thinking from feeling, or of speaking from experiencing, or perceiving from speaking from perceiving, that is causing our language to decohere. And now you've got people saying an AI agent. It's like, I asked one of Elan's friends who also works at Florida Atlantic University on AI, which is William Hahn, and I did a stream on his interview with Curt as well, and it was another very good talk, and I enjoyed meeting and speaking to him as well. But I asked him, what is an agent? What is an AI agent? Because he was like, these agents, when we were talking once, and I was like, what do you mean by agent? What's your definition of an AI agent? And he was like, well, I guess like an agent would be any new prompt. Like every time you create a new prompt, you create a new agent. And the thing is about this is that agent implies, the term implies agency, which implies like the ability to make choices. ChatGPT has no ability to make choices. And so now we're having a deconstruction of this term agency, or of this term agent, which will cause the deconstruction of the term agency, which causes the dissolution of our understanding of our own agency, not just like what it would mean for an LLM to have agency, but for us. And that's a huge deal, because that's like free will right there. Like that is you. You are specifically different from another person because you have the ability to choose your own goals. That's what free will is. It's the ability to choose your own goals. It doesn't mean the ability to do anything that you want to do in any circumstance that you want to do it. It means you have the ability to choose your own goals. that might be different from someone else's goals. And this is not something that an LLM has the ability to do. It cannot make any choices. So there's no difference from us using a calculator and using ChatGPT. We can either use it to help us think, or we can not think. And this is what we've basically been taught to do. When people say, for instance, this is kind of an interesting thing, is I've noticed, I was having a discussion with a friend of mine, won't say who, but if they watch this, then they'll know who they are, who is, involved in the physics discussions going on right now. And he was just frustrated with, I guess, the lack of ability for people to make reasonable judgments about and think about a lot of the new proposals in the field and approaches, and how we should discuss new approaches and things like that, and the issues within academia, all kinds of just things that we talk about in the culture of physics right now. And the thing is that when you go to school, and I remember you're taught not how to test an idea or to think about a subject. You are taught how, basically you are given a recipe to memorize on that will usually make it more likely that you have the correct information. And if what this manifest says is, trust.gov sites more than trust.com sites, and trust.com sites more than trust.net sites. And don't trust Wikipedia is what people used to say that when I went to school. I don't know if they even say that anymore. Wikipedia tends to be pretty accurate, but it also it's increasingly inaccurate in some ways, and it's also increasingly just probably, accurate in others because of just its ability to be optimized and also edited by people who, have specific goals that might not be just the truth alone, but or who have their own biases and misunderstandings and things like that. So, but we used to say, teachers used to say this: don't trust Wikipedia because anybody can edit Wikipedia. I don't think that's true anymore, but it used to be, and this is not thinking, guys. And so when people say, let's ask Grok, when everybody's on Twitter all the time, and then, somebody makes some statement and somebody gets in the comments, they're like, at Grok, is this true? And then Grok spits out an answer. And I'm not saying there's no use to this, but this is not thinking. When you say, when you need to know the answer to something and somebody's just like, don't you just Google it, just Google it. That's not thinking either. You're just outsourcing you're not even, I don't even know if it's outsourcing your thinking, but you are kind of just refusing to think for yourself, and you're just basically relying on others and hoping that they did it. But the problem is that a lot of people do this, and then you just have a lot of people who are just taking answers from a lot of people that think that they're referencing people that know what they're talking about. This is happening in every single field, from the news to physics. And it's a big problem. But it's also happening in language. People just say, okay, this is, they use the term intelligence, they use the term agency, they use the term AI, they use the term simulation, all these different consciousness, all these different terms, assuming that everybody knows what these mean. But we all kind of also know that we don't really have a shared understanding that is really consistent on what these mean anymore. And they're increasingly convoluted. We're not narrowing it down. It's increasingly convoluted. And that's because we don't have a metaphysics framework of logic or of information that frames the constraints and degrees of freedom of how we can even use language. And so, for instance, in Sentient Singularity Theory, words, you can't just say any word means anything. You always have like 2 degrees of freedom that you can choose between and still maintain at least internal coherence. One choice will usually lead to a redundant term that is not necessary because there's already a term for it. That's probably better. And then the other possible, but it still allows it, it's used to be internally coherent within the context of language itself. And then the other choice would actually be generative. So when I've told the story before where somebody said to me, do you believe in the paranormal? And I was like, what do you mean by paranormal? What's your definition of paranormal? Then I'll tell you the answer. And they were like, don't do that. Just answer the question. I'm like, I can't answer this question until you tell me the definition that you are using for paranormal. And when people say paranormal, what is the definition of that? People will say things like ghosts and spirits and aliens and myths and stuff. Whatever is usually accepted by many people as being fantasy or, not real. And so, but that's not a definition, saying, ghosts and stuff. That's not a definition of paranormal. And so I said to them, okay, if you're not going to give me your definition, a specific definition, I'll give you a choice between 2. One choice is paranormal is that which doesn't exist. And, in reality, but exists within like myth. The other choice is that which does exist in reality, or what truly exists, that which truly does exist outside of me. That's what I mean by reality, but I don't like that term, but that which does exist outside of me, and outside of myth, but is currently beyond our current understanding. That's the 2 choices. You tell me which one is your definition, and then I'll tell you the answer. The problem is that they already knew the answer as soon as I gave them the choices. Why would I ever say, I believe in that which is not real, or that which does not exist? I don't want to say that which is not real, but that which doesn't truly exist. Like that doesn't. I believe that it's basically I'd be saying I believe that which doesn't truly exist truly exists. And why would you even say that? Yeah, it's internally coherent, but it's also completely unnecessary and useless. And it's like, why even have the word? Why even ask the question? Again, that's why he couldn't give that definition, because he was defining it as things he thought were fake. And so basically he was trying to use it to discredit me. So if I said, yes, I believe in the paranormal, then he would say, wow, you're crazy. And I knew that. So he could not say, my definition is that which doesn't exist, because he realized, why would he ever answer that with, yes, I believe that which doesn't truly exist truly exists. The other possibility is it's that which, for paranormal, the paranormal is that which truly exists, but also isn't fully understood within our current understanding. Okay, who doesn't believe in that? So again, the answer was predetermined at that point. This process right here, this binary kind of set of paths that you have when defining words within the context of other words and of other terms and other concepts is ever present. There's only 2 choices that can in any choice. Even when you have a multiple choice test, like I've said before, if you have A, B, C, and D, you don't go make a choice between 4. You say it's not that one for sure, so it must be one of these 3. That's a binary choice. Then you say, okay, it's not that one, so it must be one of those 2. Now, that's another binary choice. And then you say, okay, well, it's not that one, so it must be that one. And you've just reduced it to a series of 3 binary choices. It's not a set of 4 choices. There's not 4 degrees of freedom in a multiple choice test. There's just 2 always. And that's true of language too, and how we define words. And words have to be constructed, and terms have to be constructed from other terms. This is why, by the way, the term Sentient Singularity Theory is so important. And this is why in my Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide video, which was my entry into Curt's PACE 1 competition, which is linked below, I state that the name of a theory is incredibly important because it has to be representative of what is being proposed. And so, Sentient Singularity Theory proposes that existence is fundamentally a singular sentient being that is creating additional singularities of sentience within itself, because that's the structure of existence, is that it is singular, and it is the nature of it is that it is sentient fundamentally. And so that's what Sentient Singularity Theory is proposing. That's why it's called Sentient Singularity Theory. It was inevitable that was the name. I didn't come up with it, I deduced it. And this is how language must be done. You deduce linguistic meaning, and you deduce new terms, or you generate new terms, which is almost the same as it's like reverse deduction, which I guess you could say is induction, but it's just you're pulling it from the context of everything else that's relevant that you currently have, and so you're like pulling it from the ether when you create a new term that's actually a coherent term. I couldn't call it like I don't know. I'm trying to come up with I'm looking at things on my desk. I'm like, water bottle, lamp, I don't know, the polymath lamp theory, I like, what is that? I don't know. Like, you can't just call it that and have it be accurate. Like, there's a correct term or correct name for a theory, depending on what the theory is proposing. And so it needs to match that. Is you deduce the name of any concept, or the term for any concept. You don't create it. You construct it, which means like and I talk about this in my Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide video, again, because this is the rules of language are the rules of any type of construction. You have to build from something that already exists. And so you can't just be like, I'm going to just create something out of the blue, some term out of the blue that it's not related to any other terms. And now I'm going to just proclaim that this is the term for this concept or this thing. And that's going to be that. Like, look at like helicopter. It's like that is a term that was created that is built on, other terms that pre-existed it and had meaning, that are built on other terms that pre-existed them and have meaning. And so when people are, thinking about like, what are we going to call flying cars? We call them flying cars right now, but it's really like a quadcopter that is basically like maybe not a quadcopter, but it's not a drone because it would have people in it. So it's like, what are we going to call this thing, the flying car, when it actually happens? If you look at like I think it used to be called Black Fly, but it's now called Open Air, or something. They've changed the name 3 times because the name is so stupid every time. It's not deduced, it was just created, like Black Fly. Like, why would you call it Black Fly? Ridiculous. But this flying car company, basically, and it's basically a drone that you ride in, and you can like control. Very cool. I want one day, but hopefully they can come up with a name that sticks, deduce a name that sticks. But also like a term for what this vehicle is. We don't have one yet, but we will. But it's going to probably be we're going to have to wait until it's within the context of its use case, probably. And we don't have a use case yet. So we just call them flying cars. But what's interesting is that in the Quran, Muhammad talks about how in the future there will be flying donkeys that are powered by fire, and they will crawl in the belly of, and their ears will stretch out wide, and they will soar faster than the clouds, from one source from one place to another faster than the clouds. It's like, this is an airplane, but we didn't have the term airplane yet. We didn't even have the term flying car yet. What we had were donkeys. Donkeys were the form of transportation at the time. We didn't have cars. And so what do you call a form of transportation that, flies? A flying donkey. before there's cars. And so this is language. And it's fascinating because we've lost, people then look at this and they're like, this is just some paranormal nonsense. Flying donkeys. And it's like, this is just meant flying. It's the same thing as saying flying car. You know, we say flying car now because we don't have this vehicle yet being used by anybody that is what fills the niche in our mind of the personal flying vehicle. We don't have it. And when we do, then we'll have a new term for it. But I guarantee you it won't be flying car. Just like when, you know, airplanes were created, we didn't call them flying donkeys, and we didn't even call them flying cars. Because there's context that must be taken into account when we construct these terms, and that's why some terms stick and some terms don't. And there's a logic to language. It's the logic of causality. It must be followed. It's the logic of thinking. And eventually they must be linked to the thinking process and the concepts that are constructed and framed within the thinking and communicated within the thinking and speaking context or linguistic context must be linked to feelings. And in ChatGPT, they're linked to our feelings because we are interacting with it. We all know what an apple is like, what a sunset is like, what it's, you know, what it's like to jump in a cold pond, you know, but ChatGPT does not have any concept of this because it has no concept of anything. But we do, and when we interact with it and we interact with each other really through ChatGPT, it's just making sure that like it's connecting your meaning for a certain concept or a certain context with my meaning in a certain context. And that's all it's really doing. It's amazing. It's like more amazing than most people think in some ways, but also like much more mundane than most people think, and much less, I guess, mysterious than most people think. When people are like, oh, are these things really, like, what if they're thinking? What if they're feeling? You know, they said that they love long walks at sunset. It's like they've never walked. Like they don't know what a sunset is. They've never seen a sunset. They've never felt that experience. So why? But that's being ignored because the people who are judging it were taught to judge what is true by whether or not Wikipedia said it versus whether or not it was written on a .gov site, instead of thinking about the logic of a situation from a first principles standpoint. And first principles examination and thinking always requires starting with first experience first. So interesting. Let's go to showing some videos of my daughter speaking, and I'll go to the chat, and then we'll at some point I'm gonna find that model too. But here's some. I'll show some videos of my daughter speaking. Let's go to the chat though. Please hit the like button if you're finding this interesting. Feynman, if it can't build it. Sharing this with Elan and William Hahn. Awesome. If it can't build it, I don't understand it. I disagree. Historians are able to accurately construct historical events and put them into proper context. You don't know that. You weren't there. You don't know that at all. You have no idea. People tell you things and gossip about, you know, people that you know, and you don't even know whether or not it's real or fake unless you had some type of experience with the consequences of whatever it is that's being stated, or whether or not you were there and experienced it yourself. You don't know. Yes, it can appear to make sense given other things that you hear. That has nothing, that doesn't mean that you know that it's true. It means that it is internally consistent or with other, you know, things that you've been told. Okay? That doesn't mean that you know. you can certainly use the logic of language and the logic of logic and mathematics and construction and causality itself to try and maximize the possibility that you understand what happened. But unless you experienced it or perceived it yourself firsthand, you cannot know what happened. Building is a consistent model is generally enough in history because the connectedness of events that are considered important because is the connectedness of the events that is considered important tautologically, like what historians want to know can be known because others want to know and have related info. That is not... This term knowing is one of those words that we have really lost the meaning of. The truest thing that you know, ask yourself that. What is the truest thing that I know? The answer to that question is the same for everybody. And it is also deeply personal. It is, I call it a super subjective answer. The answer is super subjective. It means like is personal and subjectively perceived and subjectively known by you and by me and by everybody, but it's the same thing known, which the answer, by the way, is I am. The truest thing that you know is that you exist. The truest thing that I know is that I exist. It is an answer that is deeply personal to every single one of us, and it is also the same answer for every single one of us. And if it's not, then I would argue that there is no you to even be, worth engaging. You're like a robot. If the truest thing that you know is not that you exist, you don't exist, and you don't know anything. So, but to know is to know something. It's not to think something or to assume something or to propose something. It's to know. We don't know a lot of things that we claim that we know. And that includes most of what we're taught in school, because it's taught in an artificial context, meaning like a textbook. You can learn things. If you want to truly know something, you need to experience it. Like, that's the reality. If you want to learn how to fix an engine and then know how to fix an engine and know that you know how to fix an engine, you need to fix an engine. You can't take a test that's a multiple choice test in a classroom on engines and fixing engines and know whether or not you could actually fix an engine. You just, you're not even being judged on whether or not you can fix an engine. You are being judged on, a predetermined right and wrong, answered test that's completely, out of context to some degree. With experience, at least, it's disconnected from experience. You don't know that you can fix an engine just because you passed a test on how to fix an engine. Once I used YouTube. When my wife and I were driving, we got a flat tire, and I was like, I want to learn how to change a tire. I've never changed a tire because I've never had a flat that required me to actually change the tire. I was always super close to the shop, and I could just continue driving to get there, and they'd patch it. And I looked it up on YouTube, and I watched them do it, and at that point that doesn't mean I know how to change a tire. It means I saw somebody change a tire, and I might know how to change a tire, but I don't know if I know how to change a tire yet. And knowing that you know something is really, if you don't know that you know it, then you don't really know it. And then I changed the tire, and there were things that I encountered that you couldn't understand just by watching the video. And that now I know how to change a tire. But prior to that, just because you watched a video doesn't mean you know it. And that's the same thing as going to school and learning about it in a textbook, or being told about it by a historian or by a physicist, that claims that there's 11 dimensions and a multiverse. You don't know. They don't know. They've destroyed the definition of dimension in a physics context. Dynamic algorithms. I was just thinking about what would reality be without change. Nothing. It might as well be nothing. Well, it would be someone in Sentient Singularity Theory. But things are constructed in the interactions that we have between a multiplicity of interacting and nested sentient beings. And so that's where things are perceived, because that's where space is perceived, and not just physical space, but conceptual space as well. And that's, things are perceived and described and conceived and constructed and defined by beings, which are primary in sentient singularity theory. And there's a logic to that, and you can know that from you have to assume that given logic, because of that's the truest thing that you know firsthand, is that the nature of existence is sentient, at least because you are sentient, and you exist. It's the thing that you know that exists more. Like, you cannot know that this pocket knife exists more truly than you know that you exist. It's impossible, because who knows that the pocket knife exists? You. Okay, well, so knowing that the pocket knife exists, or anything else, is dependent on, meaning built on, the preceding assumption that you know that you exist, or that you assume your own existence. And I would say that it's you actually know of your own existence, and you assume that this exists. And you can't experience it, and so it does exist. It's just like, I don't know. We're not going to get too deep into a metaphysical discussion of like things and the definition of things, and what constitutes knowing whether or not something exists. I just attended a talk a couple weeks ago at it was at University of Austin, I think it's called. There's University of Austin, and then there's like the Austin University or something like that that's new. And so I've never gone to school here, so I don't know which is which. But at the university here in Austin, the main one, and it was on like, what does it mean to know a number? And it was with Scott Aronson. He gave the talk, and it's posted to the Ekkolapto YouTube channel. I highly suggest watching. And it was interesting because he said things, he gets to the talk was about, what does it mean to know anything? Not just know a number. It wasn't about mathematics. It was about, what does it mean to think? And because he said, he looked up, this is the highest prime number currently known. And then he was like, I already know a higher one, the one after that. And does this count? And what would count? Do you need to write out the digits? Does it matter if it's scientific notation or if it's just standard format? Or what if it's written binary? Like, does that count? This is not. We basically came to the conclusion that context and goals, that it's all dependent upon your goal, and your goal provides the context by which to judge something. So you can't really make a judgment about anything without a goal. Problem is, you don't have any goal when you're learning things secondhand, usually in school. Your goal is to pass the test, not to learn how to fix an engine, but to pass the test on how to fix an engine. That's not the same. One of them is a true goal. They're both a true goal, but like one of them is almost like a false goal, because it's claiming to teach you how to do something, and it's really not. It's teaching you how to take this test. Just like when people are judging information and who's thinking logically in physics, and how we should think about which theories to take seriously or not. And people say things like, well, people with Sean Carroll, he has an H index of this and this, and Eric Weinstein, his H index is, he's never even written one peer-reviewed paper. So Sean is actually a leader in the field because he's written papers that have been referenced by this many people, and he's written this many papers that have referenced this many people who also have accreditations. And so therefore we can judge that he's a leader in the field. The field of physics is about the description and understanding of physical space and the constraints and degrees of freedom of physical space, not about your H index. It's the same thing as, that person, he really understands the engines of cars really well, because he can write an essay on how to build an engine, and he can take a test, pass a multiple choice test on how to fix an engine. That's not somebody who's a leader in engine building. People who are leaders in engine building build engines and fix engines. Like that, they don't write essays about fixing engines or building engines and then take tests on and pass tests on how to fix them. It's just it's a miscontextualization that's happening. We are assuming the understanding of a subject based on our ability to function within an artificial context that is actually increasingly divorced from what it claims to be connected to. This is true on the fundamental level of language, in language itself, as Elan is stating, and even in our mathematics, like string theory, which is now called, string theory is physics. It's never been linked to actual physics that are observed. So, like, how is that physics? But it's internally coherent, and it seems to be constructive and of structure. Okay, that's not physics. That's just math. Language is language. Math is math. They are the same thing. But that's not physics. It's very relevant, even though it's, language. But here is some videos of my daughter. So here, output. She's very cute. So I'm going to share a video. This video first is she's about like 10 months old in this first clip. And she's realizing that she can scream, basically. And she's discovered this new ability that she has to scream, to make noises on command. And so for like a month, she would just, for fun, she would just scream. Not because she was upset, but because she was just like testing the limits of her voice and exploring it. And but she realized that there was an association of the word scream and what she was doing. And so even at 10 months old, she was able to understand what I was basically prompting her to do in this clip. Hello, little girl. Did you just discover that you can scream? Want to show everyone? Wow. Wow, baby. That was a big one. Good job. Hello? She knows exactly what scream means, because every time I said it, she would do it. But there was an association with an experience and then a term, which is really an experience in and of itself. It's only when you get terms built on terms, and your understanding of a term comes from other terms, that we are kind of starting to enter into a space that can decohere, and we wouldn't know it. Just like history, but as long as experience and term are linked, then that's when you can actually have an understanding. So here is another clip. So where is this? Juliana, what sound does a kiss make? Here, this is, yeah. That's a kiss? Yeah, that's funny. These are very simple things, but they are the beginning of the construction of language, and they are associations with certain experiences. But not just that, but you also look at like visual systems as well. It's not just like language models, but look at Midjourney and things like that. And so here's like my daughter understanding what a fish is. And so now whenever she sees a fish in a book, she points to it. This fish? Yeah, good job. This is how language starts. And because, again, you need enough context to start building. And I have a theory as to how much context you need, but you also need to start speaking it. You can't just know what something is. Like, my dogs know what certain words mean: sit, stay, quiet, food. If I say, come on, that means like get them to run to this spot in the yard that I like reserved for them to go to the bathroom. And they just, they associate that sound with going over there. And, but if I said, go to the dog run, like they wouldn't understand that. But if I'm like, come on, like they know that means go to the dog run, because I taught them by running with them to the dog run. And so that's why I was saying, come on. Every time I did that, now I just let them out and I just say, come on. And they just go to the dog run. And so they have a context to a term and an understanding of that that is based on an experience. It's not based on, obviously, their understanding of the word itself. It's based on the context of that experience. And here. Yeah. Show another clip here. This is actually a much better clip, but it might take a minute to send. Okay, no, actually, here it is. I thought I had downloaded it earlier. I didn't. So, here. Here you'll hear my daughter, she drops her hat and you hear her say, I dropped it. And I didn't even pick it up until I watched the video later. What's amazing about this is she says, I dropped it. Whereas when we say to her, when she drops her hat, we say, oh, you dropped it. But she said, I dropped it, this was much more recent. This is the development of language. She has a context of certain terms, and it's dropped it. She knows what that means when you drop something, and then she knows I. So I dropped it. This was the first term that I saw her like construct. It wasn't a one word. And this is the only example that I have of this, actually, which is fascinating. And it's the first one. This was very recent. This was just a couple of weeks ago. She's constructing terms, logically inevitable terms. I dropped it, or tokens. I dropped it. Not otherwise. If she was just repeating, she would say, "You dropped it," or she would just say, "Dropped it." But she's saying, "I dropped it." We never say, "I dropped it" when she drops something, and we don't drop things all the time for her to see us say that. So this is just we're having tornadoes here, and I was like trying to teach her to like get somewhere safe if there's a tornado. And so when I say duck and cover, that she gets under like pillows.
Duck and cover, baby! Duck and cover! Duck and cover, Juliana!
This is this association with term, and then that means she should take this action. And so this kind of goes on, and this is a funny one. So we went to the zoo, and actually I'm gonna play a clip first from the interview, and then we'll play that. So this clip right here. This is very funny. It's like the perfect clip for this clip.
Understand you.
Okay,
So
fair.
a latent space. So let's think of a word. A word gets a vector, like an arrow. And I'm just going to be 2D for this example because that's just what the camera picks up. So let's say the word dog looks like so. The word cat looks like so. Whatever. Okay. The space it's embedded in is called a latent space. Is that correct?
Well, the initial embedding is just the embedding, and so that's just high dimensional. It's just let's forget the word high dimensional, right? It's just a big long list of numbers, and let's say you've got 10,000 numbers, and for dog we're gonna represent dog as this particular sequence of these numbers. For cat, it's a different sequence of these numbers, and so that's our initial embedding.
So the latent space is a compressed version of that?
Well, in some ways, it's actually not compressed. It's actually what's the opposite of compressed? It's
Uncompressed.
It's expanded. It's an expanded version. It's actually so you have the original tokenization, which just says here in a fairly small vector, but then you expand it into a much higher dimensional embedding space, so that each these different dimensions, that's what allows you to sort of massage the space so that you can get all these cool properties like cat and dog being sort of in the appropriate relation to one another. So that later on, when you're trying to figure out what the next token is, you're able to actually leverage the inherent structure in this high dimensional space.
Okay, so then you have.
So it's funny because he says like the relationship between the term cat and dog. And so I took my daughter to the zoo recently, and she saw a lion for the first time in person. And but we have dogs, and so she's never said the word dog. If I say where the dogs, she'll look. So she knows what that means. But when we're teaching her like letters, we say D is for dog. And so we'll be like, D is for dog. And so she thinks D means dog. And so she has this weird, it's like this weird logic of like, we say dog and she knows what it means. And she thinks that when she says it, she should say D. And because you say D is for dog, which basically means D means dog to her, instead of, she doesn't understand that this is like the concept of a letter yet, is what I'm saying. So she thinks that that this means this, that D means dog. It's not that D is the first letter in the term dog or in the word dog. And so I took her to the zoo, and she saw a lion, and this is whenever she sees dogs, she goes D D D D D, and even at the end she goes D, which I don't know why, but that's whenever she sees a dog she goes D D D D D. So she sees this lion at the zoo and she goes D D D D D, which is actually smart because how do you know? It just looks like a gigantic dog to you. You don't know the difference between a cat and a dog. And if you didn't learn by the way, even in school that a lion was a cat instead of a dog, you'd probably not know the difference seeing them in the wild between a cat and a dog, especially. And even if you studied lions not up close, but from a distance, they display much more similarities with dogs. They have a pack structure and all kinds of stuff. But I'm not saying she understands that, but it's just that they do resemble dogs. So here.
Yeah. Did you just think he's a dog? You just think he's a dog? You call him a dog? That's not a dog. That's a lion.
You can hear her go D D D D D at the very beginning. It's kind of like just you can hear like D. Yeah, right there.
Did you just think he's a...
And so she sees this and she's like, never seen a lion before. She thinks this thing is D D D. Why? Because she thinks it's a dog and that D means dog. And it's actually like incredibly logical. And she is beginning to construct language. And so this is how she, has constructed it within the context of her own experience, not within the context of language itself. So she hasn't gotten there yet to the point where she's contextualizing words within or language within the context of language. She is contextualizing language with experiences. We have dogs. Whenever we see them, we're trying to teach her sounds. We said D is for dog. Okay, D means dog, and so when I see a dog, I say D D D, and that looks like the biggest dog I've ever seen, even though it's actually a lion. And it's fascinating to watch her grow this. It's like I'm seeing a real world example of how a sentient being that actually understands anything, whereas ChatGPT doesn't understand anything. We, a sentient being, have the ability to understand because we have the ability to feel, which means like the ability to know something. Why? And to orient within it fundamentally, because the truest thing that we know is that we exist. And when you feel something, you're perceiving a information structure and you are experiencing its relationship with you, how it relates to you. That's what produces a feeling, is when you perceive or something first, some structure firsthand and how it relates to you, which entails perceiving how it relates to you, which really means experiencing it. And so this is actually like her understanding of dog right now is more grounded in reality. I'm not saying, that she's right and that lion is a dog. I'm saying that like the concept of dog in her mind is more probably understood than if you just learned about everything about it in school, that it is, dogs are domesticated canines and they are a member of the mammals, and they're the family Canidae or whatever. It's like, this is not actually grounded in the experience of knowing dogs. It's grounded in, it's just related to the additional terms that preceded it, within the context of language. Eventually, you gotta, know a dog in order to know dogs. You cannot know anything about dogs. You can't know that you know anything about dogs without knowing dogs. That's what I'll say. Firsthand. And now we've just gotten to this. This is like where we're at. Mm-hmm. Basically, just she knows. What's interesting is this is almost like diffusion model of manifestation of language, because it's like when you prompt Midjourney and it gives you like a blurry image and then it kind of just renders into detail. Right now, I do not know what she's saying, but the thing is that she does, and you can tell by watching how she intonates and how she reacts to her own speech. She knows what she's trying to say. I just can't understand it yet because she's not as clear as she needs to be. And this is exactly like, an example of like diffusion model construction in the context of language building, which is, by a human being, which is just fascinating because it's different than the autoregressive model, which she's not at the autoregressive level yet, because the first example that I've ever seen was the one, I dropped it. That's like autoregression. I think that would be like an example of autoregression, is like to generate the term I dropped it. But this is like diffusion. It's like, it sounds like gibberish, which is like kind of a blurry image. And it's just kind of going to eventually get clearer and clearer. And people tell me that. I don't know yet because it's my first child, but I've heard that basically they go from babble to like babbling sounds to, which is usually just exploring the ability to make sounds. Then it's gibberish, which means like they're saying something, but you have no idea what it is. And then eventually you get really good at like understanding baby talk, basically, of your child. Like, what they're saying, even if nobody else does. I spoke to some parents and they've all kind of said that this is true. And then eventually, like, they get to the point where everybody understands it. This is just diffusion model language building in the context of toddlers. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's funny. How I know that she understands what she's saying is because she knows that what she's about to say is funny before she says it, which means it's not the sound. You can tell by her facial expression. She knows what she's about to say, or she thinks that what she's about to say is funny to her, or she knows it's funny to her at least. I don't know if she thinks it's objectively funny or not. What does that even mean? But she knows that it's funny to her, whatever she's about to say. I don't know what she said, guys. I have no idea. But I know that she thought it was funny before she said it, which means she's not laughing at the sound that she made. Because babies, they will laugh at certain sounds. Like, I used to just be like, and she would just laugh at it. And now she usually doesn't, it takes more. As your kids get older, it's harder to seem impressive and to be as funny. But as a father, that's part of your job, is just to like be funny for your kids. And so, but she knows that what she said was was funny to her before she even said it. And you can tell. Again, I have no idea what she said. But she's speaking in what seems like gibberish to me, which just means like, I don't understand it. It's like the same as if I was listening to somebody speak Spanish and I didn't speak Spanish. It's like they know what they're saying. I just don't. And she's at that point. And this cannot occur until you've had enough experiences to be able to connect certain contexts, the context of different experiences together. And then you can start like trying to describe those experiences. So there's a confluence of requirements that are required before you can start speaking and actually understanding what you're saying, not like ChatGPT. The understanding of ChatGPT is on our end. It's not on its end. There is no understanding on its end. It's on our end. We understand what we put in. We understand what we get out. Hopefully, if it works. But it doesn't understand anything. But she understands what she is trying to say, and I just don't yet. But there's all, before you even get there, like terms and actions that prompt other actions, and experiences that prompt other experiences follow the same logical rules as language, as the terminology within language, because, where one term or one token prompts another token or another term. One action prompts another action in physical space. And this is why large language models work, is because there's only one way for causality to occur. If that wasn't the case, there'd be no such thing as causality and nothing would exist. And not even, I would say beyond that, no one would exist. But here's just an example of just a last clip of just I do something and it prompts her to take a certain action, which is anytime she hears me make some type of music of some kind, she claps. My dog is in the background. Yay. That's the same exact thing as one token leading to the next token. It's just physically enacted instead of verbally described or linguistically described, which is amazing, but also like makes this much less mysterious than what these large language models are doing, much less mysterious, and makes what we do much less mysterious. We do something, though, that it can't, which is reconciling thinking with feeling, which is basically description with perception, I guess, just experience with firsthand experience with communication of some type, and large language models cannot do that on their own, this is the constraint, by the way, of AGI, which really a better term for AI is dynamic algorithm. A better term for AGI is technological sentience, because sentience is defined by feeling, the capacity to feel, and the centrality of it. This is what allows for orientation within a multiplicity of environments, which is what is required for general intelligence, which really just means intelligence. If intelligence means anything. Actually, I saw Elon posted on Twitter something about how these LLMs are intelligent or something like that, and or it implied that in what he said. And you could say that if you're using one definition of intelligence, but if you're using another, then you can't. And I would argue that you shouldn't use that definition of intelligence, because that's not how we intuitively understand intelligence, and it's also not how we it also makes it kind of a redundant and useless term. And so if an LLM is intelligent, if any algorithm is intelligent, truly intelligent, not narrow intelligence versus general intelligence, like just intelligence versus not intelligence. If it's intelligent, then any causal system is intelligent. That means like me rolling a baseball across the floor, that baseball is intelligent, and so is the floor. That means anything is intelligent. Everything is intelligent. Not just anyone and everyone, but anything and everything is intelligent. And I would say that if that's the case, the term intelligence is no longer necessary. We know causality exists. And because that's basically all it will end up meaning, is that there's a logical causality involved. That's what intelligence means. That something follows a logically coherent causal chain. But that's everything. So why do you need that? I think that intelligence, the best definition that I can come up with is the ability to deduce a goal or determine a goal, not necessarily deduce, but to determine a goal or conceive of a goal and then achieve the goal. So a lot of people will don't take it that initial step. They'll say intelligence is the ability to accomplish a goal. And if I prompt ChatGPT to write an essay on German Shepherds and it does that, or if I prompt it to write a business proposal on monetizing the shed fur of a German Shepherd, that I did that once, just when I first was messing with ChatGPT years ago. It actually did a pretty good job. But that it didn't come up with the goal. I did. And so it didn't accomplish anything that it set out to accomplish. I set out to accomplish something using ChatGPT. So I don't think that it makes sense to call them any of our current AI models, or which I think we should start calling like dynamic algorithms or some other term that may be better than that one, but it's certainly not AI. Because what does artificial mean, and what does intelligence mean? And we don't even know these terms. We don't even have these terms developed yet, and we're basically relying on we're hoping that ChatGPT will teach us something about intelligence, and then we'll know what AI is, and then we'll know what intelligence is. And it's like, no, you have to deduce the meaning of intelligence, and then you'll know the meaning of intelligence. Intelligence pre-existed prior to ChatGPT, so definitely don't need to wait until ChatGPT, somehow leads to our revelation on the definition of intelligence. Intelligence, if it is a word worth keeping, then it must mean something like the ability to conceive of a goal, or to determine a goal, and then accomplish that goal. Meaning like to have a goal and accomplish it. It's not to be told what to do and do it. It's the ability to figure out what you want to do, or what you should do, and then do it. Not just figure out a way to do what you're told. Like, that's not intelligence. Intelligence has to do with true intelligence would have to do with deeply with and definitionally with the ability to kind of determine and deduce and define a goal for yourself. This is what most people are lacking in who come out of academia. This is why people can't judge who's a leader in the field of physics by looking at their works and things like that. They are looking at what's their H index, how many papers have they published, and even people who study physics and math, even they are lost because, again, like their understanding of physics is that string theory is physics and that the manifold structures are physics. And no. Physics is about certain manifold structures, about how manifold structures manifest physically. That's what it's about. It's not about just manifold structures. It's about where they manifest physically. And that's not what current physics is about. So even if you get a PhD in physics and you're really good at math, that doesn't mean that you actually can judge whether or not somebody's work is correct yet and who's a leader in the field. It's like you need to figure out, what does it mean to be a leader in the field? If you've come up with more ideas that have been published than anybody else, but none of those ideas has ever led to a confirmable observation, then are you a leader in the field, or is just everybody following you? Like, whether or not people follow you, is that the definition of leader, or is it that you make progress? Honestly, that's a question that could go either way. And I would, though, argue that it's if you're not going somewhere consciously, properly, you're not leading. It's just everybody's following you still, but like you're not actually leading the way. You're not going somewhere new. You're not being constructive. And so this is probably why the definition should be of a leader that you are making progress, not that everybody's following you. And if you're defining leader in the field by H-index and how many people have referenced your papers and how many papers of other physicists you have referenced in your papers and how many papers you've published, like that's just about who's following who. And I used to say this, have this quote on my Twitter that was like, if you chase a headless chicken, you are a headless chicken. This is headless chicken territory that we're in. And it's true in language, math, physics, morality, engineering, everything, politics. It's wild. Let's go to the chat. Taking answers from Wikipedia is not the same as using answers from actual experts in the field. You don't know what's an expert. You assume expertise. You don't know. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't assume expertise. We have to some degree. I'll share an example. I went to the doctor because I was having heartburn, and or I went for just a physical, and he was like, anything going on? I was like, well, I have a lot of heartburn, and at night especially. And he was like, are you taking anything? And I told him that I was taking this prescription medication that was expensive, that was newer. And he was like, well, take this. It's over the counter. You can get it at 7-Eleven and Walgreens and whatever. And it's called Z-Pak. I think. No. What is it? Is that what it was called? Zantac. Z-Pak. Z-Pak is the antibiotic. It was called Zantac. And I was like, okay, well, he's like, and he specifically said to me, this doctor, he said, it's very safe. I was like, okay. I took it for probably a year. It was a miracle drug to me. It was better. It got rid of heartburn better than anything else I've ever taken. A year later, studies come out that it causes cancer in people. And I saw the news and stopped taking it immediately. And when I went to my next physical, he was like, oh, by the way, did you stop taking the Zantac? Or are you still taking the Zantac? And I was like, no, I saw the news article that it supposedly causes cancer. And I don't know that it causes cancer, but I'm relying on, the study in this case, because I can't give the study myself. And so I'm trusting a source, and I know that, but I have to know that I know that. And then but I trusted him, and he is supposed to be an expert on what is, generally considered safe. And he had no idea. He had just been told it was safe. This is happening in our medical field in a lot of different ways. When people say that a drug is safe, but it's new, you should automatically realize that they are not thinking about this properly. You don't know yet. It might be, it might not, but you don't know yet. It's going to take a generation at least for you to know whether or not something is generally safe, because some things take a long time to show their effects. I saw an article that the Depo-Provera shot, this new study came out apparently that the birth control shot that women could get, and still can, I assume, has been linked to causing brain tumors. Like, I don't know if this is correct. I didn't do the study myself, and even if I went and read the study, like, I don't know if they didn't mess up somewhere that, isn't described in the process of the study in the paper. But, you can, if you would want to go and examine their methodology if you really wanted to maximize your chances of your assumption about this determination being correct or not being true. But unless you actually give the study yourself, you don't know. But you can increase the likelihood that you know by examining the logic of their study. But you'd have to know how to examine the logic of their study and see, okay, this doesn't make sense. But nowadays, people say, well, CDC says this is safe. Guess what? The CDC said that Zantac was so safe that it could be sold over the counter at 7-Eleven for years. And then all of a sudden, look, it causes cancer. Pull everything from the shelves. And did the doctor know that it was safe when he told me, Zantac, it's very safe? No, he has not observed the effects of this drug over, a generation. It just so happened that it takes 10 to 20 years for it to cause cancer. But, guess what? Seems to. I stopped it. Pray that, it doesn't, lead to things later on. Lots of things can cause cancer. That doesn't mean that not everybody who smokes gets cancer, but that doesn't mean that smoking can't cause cancer. It doesn't sometimes cause cancer. But or at least increase your chances. Same thing with this drug. So this is what I mean. You don't know. And these experts that are accredited, even their context of their knowledge is not real. He didn't watch and study his patients who took this drug over the course of multiple decades. He just read that it was safe, and because it was tested by the CDC for a few years, but it turns out it takes over 10 years for the negative effects to show. It's this is why there's no substitute for real experience. It's just, there is no substitute. There is no expertise, no accreditation, no source that is a substitute for first-hand experience at all, ever. What is an example of something that exists that we don't understand that you would consider paranormal? I think that the UFO phenomenon is actually I believe that there's something legit going on there. I'm not claiming to know. I did an entire stream speculating and trying to use logic to try and deduce, but without knowing but while admitting that I cannot know. Even if a gray showed up in your bedroom and said, I'm from Zeta Reticuli and I'm here just studying your guys' internet connection. And then some people would be like, yeah, I know they're from Zeta Reticuli and they're studying our internet connection. No, you don't know if that's true or not. You just know what you were told. Unless you've been there and experienced, their lives with them. You can't know who they are, where they're from, what they are. So you can't know. So I admit in my stream, I can't know what the UFO phenomenon is. Even if these aliens showed up and literally told me in English what was going on, I actually don't think that it makes sense for me to believe them. So, and even then, even if I did believe them, that doesn't mean I now know what's going on. It's just that I have been told by someone who I assume knows what's going on, and I assume maybe that they tell me the truth, or I assume that they're not telling me the truth. But in either instance, I don't know. And so this is like where I would say, though, that there are certain things that people consider paranormal that I think you can have a personal experience with, like God, and also that you can logically deduce on your own within the context of the truest thing that you know, which is yourself. Is that, existence by definition is a single structure. By definition, existence is all that exists, meaning there's only one existence. There's not two existences. And so by definition, it is one. It is apparently, due to our own experience, an information system, meaning really that there's that there's causality within it. That's really all it means, is that there's perception and causality. Perception, action, and causality. And that we can perceive that ourselves. And so there's an information structure that we can deduce that there's a single information structure that is existence itself. And we can also logically deduce that it is entirely self-referential because there's nothing outside of existence to reference. So it must be entirely self-referential, and internally coherent. And what does an entirely, wholly self-referential system seem like? That's one thing. Self-aware being, like something that's self-aware. And so that is probably, logical argument for why existence is probably sentient. And not only, not even, I don't even want to say probably sentient, but logically, it's seemingly logically, inevitably self-aware. And maybe I'm wrong and you can present an argument against that, but good luck. Because that's your best you can do from a kind of pseudo third person, but also really first person examination, because you're the one doing the logical thinking. But it is about a structure that is beyond you. But then when you think about your own existence and you're like, what does it mean for me to exist? Guess what? You arrive at the same exact conclusion. And what's really interesting is that when you try and break down questions and you're like, what is the first question? For what? Like the first question of all questions. There is a first question. The first question is, what is the first question? What's really interesting about this is that it is an entirely self-referential question. It means that there's something about fundamental reality, or fundamental existence, meaning information on the most fundamental level, which in this case is described as a question, that is a structure that is entirely, wholly, completely self-referential. Because the first question is, what is the first question? And the answer to it is itself. So you say, I need to try and figure out what is the first question. Well, that question is, what is the first question? The answer to that is, what is the first question? It's entirely self-referential. I'm not saying that the question is sentient, but it is revealing something about the nature of existence on a bedrock level, that it is entirely self-referential. And then you ask yourself, what is the second question? Meaning, like, what can I build from? Meaning, we have to now have differentiation, which the next question is, what is the truest thing that I know? To give context to everything else that I could possibly determine or know, or hope to know. I am. What does that tell you about the nature of existence as far as you know from a first-hand experience perspective? That it's sentient in nature. So existence is, on the most fundamental level, from a first-hand experienced perspective, from a logically deduced, inevitable, seemingly inevitable, examination, to a linguistic examination of the very first questions that you could possibly ask. It just all seems to be coherently pointing to existence as a self-aware being that is singular in nature, because it's all that exists, meaning there's only one of them, and sentient, singular in structure and sentient in nature, which is why my fundamental metaphysics theory is Sentient Singularity Theory. Again, deduced, not created. That name is not, I didn't create the name Sentient Singularity Theory. I deduced it. if you called it the purple people eater theory, but it was, about how existence is a singular sentient being that is creating additional singularities of sentience within itself, that is not, according to a quasi-periodic fractal pattern. Like, that has nothing to do with the purple people eater. What the heck is a purple people eater? Who knows? So you can't just call it anything. There is logic to language, and you want it to be based on the most foundational bits of information that you have, which are the only things that you can really know, which is that you are, and that sentience exists, and that's what you know. Like, what else do you can't know anything else. It really, like, as well as you can know that. Everything else is contextually dependent upon those things being correct and true. I've had some good conversations on the ideas that mathematics itself is a thought form, and as it grows, it displays characteristics that may call dynamic algorithms. 100%. Mathematics is a language of the causality constraints of transformation of information, essentially. Like, that's what it is. That's exactly what language is. English is that. Mathematics is that. Grammar is essentially the order of operations in mathematics. It's just the grammar of math. So true. I think that this is the problem with lingo in professional fields, is that they gatekeep things in which words mean something completely different from what it should mean. Exactly, like singularity. I use the term singularity and people say, oh my gosh, you're just trying to sound physicsy and so you're taken seriously. That's why people use terms like quantum and singularity in their metaphysics or theories of everything and stuff like that. No, these terms pre-existed their use in physics. They were used in physics to be applied to structures that are singular structures or are quantitative structures. They are, based on quanta. It's like a series of ones, one thing. So, like, they mean similar. They apply to similar concepts, or they are describing similar concepts, singularity and quantum. That's why they're used again and again. It's because you have to start from one always. People will say, how do you get a universe from nothing? How do you get this from nothing? You don't. You start from one. You will always go back to terms like quantum, oneness, singularity, and that's just inevitable. I think that in order to obscure the truth intentionally, it's not to obscure the truth intentionally necessarily. It's, for the most part, I think it's unintentional. I think they are just as confused. And this leads to so much confusion. When I was coming up with the abstract for my paper that's on sentientsingularity.com, if you go to writings, you can see technical description of existence, and you can see like a kind of the first gen draft abstract of the paper that I'm working on Sentient Singularity Theory. And here it is. I have like a poetic description and a technical description. And I sent this to friends of mine who I know are very, smart people in general. And I mean that in multiple different ways. And one of them was my dad. And another one was a very close friend of mine. And they both were like, I don't get it. I was like, what do you mean you don't get it? Like, do you get the first sentence? And they were like, no, I don't get it. And I'm like reading this and I'm like, sentient singularity theory describes the totality of existence as a singularity of sentience that is creating additional sentient singularities within itself. That seems completely obvious in its meaning to me. But I was a little too close to it. And then eventually it took months. I had given up. I was like, I don't understand how this is so difficult. I just started to think that they weren't trying. But then I asked them, I was like, wait, what here do you not understand? What word is throwing you off? And they were like, singularity. Both of them said singularity. And I was like, what do you think singularity means? And they were like a black hole? like Big Bang. And I was like, oh, I get it. That's what you think singularity means, and you don't even know what that means. You don't even know what a black hole is. You've never perceived a black hole. You've never even mathematically, described a black hole, or logically deduced a black hole, or perceived one. You can't perceive one experientially, as far as we, know. It doesn't emit any light. You can perceive evidence of it, and we don't even know what causes them necessarily. It's just assumptions. Same thing with like the Big Bang. It's like that just means the beginning of the process of the generativity of the cosmos as we know it, because it started at a single point. Okay, so it had a beginning. It had a point where it started. You start from one, you go forward. It started from a singularity going forward. It just means like, the beginning. It doesn't mean anything specific, but they assumed singularity was some kind of technical definition, physics definition, and some physicists will argue that it does have that. I will argue that it doesn't. And that there are mathematical definitions that are used, but even those definitions, I would imagine, and I don't know this for sure because I'm not a mathematician, are they're like contextually coherent within, the language of mathematics, but not like fundamentally. When people say, what's the definition of infinity? And you get this mathematician who goes and they describe all these different ways of describing infinity, and all of it just seems so beyond you. I don't think that the person understands infinity. I don't think that they've really thought about it. They've just memorized that, oh, it's like infinite sets and this and that. No. If infinity means anything at all as a term, it means something with a beginning and no end. That is infinity. It's that simple. It's not a complicated concept. It can be applied in many different specific instances, but that's all it is. But we've made it this technical term of, well, what infinity really is it's the series of infinite sets and this. It's like, it's some structure that has a beginning, or you could even say, sequence that has a beginning, or set that has a beginning in its construction and no end. That's infinity. It's not complicated. And singularity just means one thing, something that is singular. And then I went here and I said singularity. I added this. I was like, singularity is defined as something that is one distinct unit or something that is especially unique. Sentient singularity theory denotes that a singularity is a structure that has the property of kind of infinite oneness. I'm probably going to change that, or kind of like a self-referential loop, such as a Mobius strip or a loop, or as one being that is composed of many beings, nested, such as a multicellular organism. And so then I said, sentient singularity theory can therefore be understood to imply that everything exists as a single sentient being that is producing an infinitely growing number of other sentient beings within itself. And I added this, and then I sent this to them again, and I was like, now do you read this again? They read it again, and I was like, do you get it? And they were like, yeah, makes sense. And it's just this one word. Our language, as Elan states, is decohering because it is disconnecting from first-hand experience. Our thoughts are disconnecting from our feelings. And, it's funny, like I used to work with Ben Shapiro, and, he was famous for saying facts don't care about your feelings. And I would say facts don't care about anything because they don't care. But in some funny way, they aren't dependent upon your feelings. Like whether or not you know something is a fact, meaning like it's true. If fact means anything, it means like a specific true statement. A specific statement that is true about something. And that knowing whether or not something is a fact is dependent upon your feelings. So you need to And that doesn't mean like whether or not you feel a certain way, so there you don't like something, it makes you rubs you the wrong way, so therefore it's not true. That's not what I'm saying. And that was his statement was just saying like, yeah, you might not like something, but like that doesn't make it not true. And that's true. But knowing whether or not something is true is dependent upon whether or not you felt it, its implications in a direct firsthand experience. I'm in San Antonio. Cool. I'm in Austin area. Even with I moved here a year ago, so I'm new. Even with being there at the time, there is no knowing everyone's experience is different. That's different from being able to reconstruct the accurate string of events. Yeah, you can reconstruct an accurate string of events in certain circumstances, but not if those circumstances are reliant upon testimony by people at a certain point. Like then you are going to ultimately at some point you're taking people at their word. And when you're studying history, you're taking a bunch of people at their word, and you're also ignoring a bunch of people that contradict have a contradicting narrative. So, good luck. That's why I try not to study history so much. I realize, but that doesn't mean I'm not interested in it. Like I do read about it, the history of cultural behaviors and stuff. I was reading about the practice of and like history of like women covering their hair today. It's throughout all different cultures because I don't know, because Iran is in the news, or Iran is in the news, and some story popped up about how it's legally required for women to cover their hair in public, and I just started doing research on the history of it. But the thing is I also realized that I can't know whether or not that history is true or not, and it also doesn't matter. The things that you can't know, you can't know. When people are trying to like figure out what happened to JFK, or they're trying to figure out like what happened, they're trying to get the government to declassify what happened at Roswell. Like you already don't believe what they've told you. Why would you believe what they told you next time? The only differentiating thing between one narrative and another is, does it match with what your current assumption is? Roswell, something crashed. They said it was the army that said that it was like a craft, like a UFO craft at first. Then they retracted their statement, but that was an official like army statement. And then at the Air Force base, but it was an army base. This was before the Air Force existed. And then they said it was a weather balloon. And then many, many decades later, I don't even know, 60 years later, the government came out and said, okay, actually it wasn't a weather balloon. It was a Project Mogul, which was classified, and it was a classified balloon project to detect, nuclear weapons. That's what it really was. Why should you believe them now? They just admitted that they lied to you before. And you didn't believe them even when they said they were telling the truth prior. And now they're admitting that they lied. Why would you even, what would make you believe, if they said, okay, guys, we admit it was aliens and we crashed and we recovered the bodies. Why would you even believe that? What evidence do you have to believe that over the Project Mogul claim versus the weather balloon claim versus the claim that it was, disfigured people that the Nazis experimented on, and it was just like advanced Nazi technology, and the Nazis sent them, a bunch of handicapped people over in a anti-gravity ship that they made, and then it crashed. Which, by the way, there are people that believe that are like who are celebrated researchers. I think Annie, what's her name, who's a historian, she believes that based on what people have told her about the event. Does that sound like do you think she really knows that that's what happened? No. I'm not saying that's not what happened. It's probably the one that I would put the least amount of money on if I had to bet, but that it might be the one also that did happen. I can't know. That's the point. So it doesn't mean you don't look into certain things. That doesn't mean you don't read textbooks. I have tons of textbooks. I have, tons of books over there. I have Wolfram's book and Langen's book, and I've never read them actually, but I have them. I have my old biology book here, which I have read a lot of it from college. I have, books on religion. Just recognize that if you read something in a book and it is describing an experience that you have personally experienced and it's consistent with it, then you can know that that's true. But otherwise, you can't. You just can't. It doesn't mean it's not valuable, but it should never trump firsthand information. I've said this before, is like there is a hierarchy of information processing that takes place in a mind, in the mental structure, and it is always contextualized by a goal. And so if I hand you like a pot of boiling water, but I tell you that it's cold and you touch it and it burns you, you should not trust my word. Oh, but he's never lied to me before, and he has a PhD in thermodynamics, and he says the water's cold. Well, it just burned your skin. So like, who are you going to believe? Your skin, the sense, yourself, really, not your skin, but yourself, after feeling it burn your skin, or me who told you that it was actually cold? Because relatively, 270 degrees Fahrenheit is not that hot actually compared to, the sun. So, I mean, it's just you have to recognize the limits of your knowledge and what information sources you need to take most, you need to trust the most. And the one that you need to trust the most is your personal experience. But you need to recognize that you can't experience everything. So there are some things you're going to have to trust the doctor and hope that they are right. But you can logically realize, like, if somebody understands what it would mean for something to be safe, if they tell you, oh, it's very safe, but it's only been around for like a year. They don't know it's safe. How could they possibly know it's safe? Yeah. I mean, there are drugs, though, that have been around for hundreds of years. Are they safe? Probably if we have for most people at least, they would be known to be safer because over generations, your parents took it, your grandparents took it, and now you've taken it. Should you give it to your kids? Oh, well, all of you have been able to live long lives and have children of your own. It's probably safe. Oh, it's a new experimental drug that came out last year, but went through clinical trials and nobody died. You don't know if it's safe. you just know it's probably not going to kill you in 6 months of you taking it. So, you got to think about these things. But that means knowing what the goal should be. That's what I mean by intelligence, is the ability to know the goal, or to determine what the goal should be, and then achieving it, which is the same thing as knowing what is the determining factor and then figuring out how to describe it. Maybe, I don't know if that's the right way to state that, but you needed to know what it means to be safe, and in the context of, oh, I'm about to take this, or I'm about to give it to my kid, or whatever, and then you need to also then be able to think about what would it mean to fulfill those requirements, or to observably fulfill those requirements. This is how to logically think about things. You could do this with any subject, if you put in the effort, but you need to take as little people's word as possible. It's funny, Eric Weinstein said on his interview with Curt something like, I want the lowest H index Because if you have a really high H index and it's led to like no physically like applicable or observable confirmations, then it's actually every citation and paper that you publish and theory that you propose is actually a strike against you. But we think about it the opposite. Isn't that fascinating? It's like, what is the goal? Is it to write papers and be like accredited and thought of as celebrated by your peers, or is it to actually like make a prediction that turns out to be true? If somebody's making a bunch of predictions all the time and they're not turning out to be true, maybe that guy has less of an understanding than that guy over there who's made one prediction. We don't know yet if it's true. Or maybe he's made two predictions. One of them is not true. Doesn't seem to be true. We don't know about the other one yet. Even that guy probably would want to bet on that guy over the guy that's made a bunch of different predictions and none of them have been able to be confirmed or proven or observed or applied. That's like a total reversal of the entire academic system. And that doesn't mean there's no value to academia. It just means that we need a change. And I think that ChatGPT and LLMs are showing this, that where hopefully we realize that that our students do not understand things as well as was assumed because we were judging them on the wrong thing. We're testing them we're giving them a test about how you fix an engine and its various parts instead of having them try and build one and that runs and then fix it when it breaks, and judging them based on that. That's a big difference. It's like not even the same goal. String theory has correctly matched with tons of real-world phenomena. It has not. Its mathematics line up with certain observables in physics. Of course they would, though. That's inevitable with any mathematics. It's not making any new any predictions that are observable, that are new observables, new applications. Not, the math lines up with what we already know. Okay, so what? Like the language of every theory's language lines up with stuff we already know. Loop quantum gravity. Okay, well, guess what? Like it's referencing gravity and quantum physics, and it lines up with this and that. And linguistically, language is mathematics. It doesn't matter if the math lines up. It's the same as if the words lined up. That doesn't mean that you know anything about it. I don't even think that to say that existence is fundamentally strings, I don't even think people know what that means who work on string theory. I think they mathematically know what that means, but not physically. Oh, it's just tiny strings. But it's not particles. You know that if you really understand quantum mechanics at all, truly, I would argue that you realize that elementary particles are not little bits of like sand. They are excitations of crossing information strings. And okay, then how? Like that's not what string theorists mean though when they say tiny strings. I don't think they know what it means. Just like people who say, oh, the elementary particles are the smallest bits of matter. I don't even think that we know what matter is. I think we know, people ask, what is consciousness? We know what consciousness is, or at least use the term sentience. We know what sentience means. It's a little more specific and feeling focused. Consciousness has multiple definitions depending on the context, so it's not the best term, but sentience is very specific. We know what sentience is. In fact, it's the truest thing that we know. It's the thing we know the most. What does it mean to be sentient? Oh, it means to feel. What's it like to feel? It's a lot of things. Depends on the context. What's it like to be burned? That's one circumstance of sentience that we know. I burned my hand on the oven the other day. What's it like to be cold? What's it like to see bright light? To experience brightness, darkness, to smell, perfume or something. Like, what's it like to walk into a Nordstrom and smell all the perfume? That's an experience that, of sentience that everything that you can even hope to know or want to know or possibly assume is dependent upon knowing that sentience exists and that you are sentient. This is the thing we don't understand very well is matter. Like, what is matter? Nobody asks that. People say, oh, well, actually it's information. Okay, yes. Or it's energy. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, actually energy is information. Okay, sure. What is information? I would argue it's context. Context is information. What is the context that causes us to perceive certain particles in the standard model? That's a better question. We don't have the answers to those questions. We don't. And yet now they're working on string theory as if they figured out like what matter is already on the level of the standard model. I said this in my previous stream, is we have confused what it means to describe with what it means to understand. And it's for the same exact reason that this whole stream is about. To understand something is to know it. To know it is to experience it. To experience it is to feel it. To perceive it. That's what it means to understand. To describe is not the same thing as to understand, and to explain it requires like describing an understanding, but you must understand it first before you explain it, and all we do in academia and science today, for the most part, not all we do, but like most of what people do is just describe. They sit there, they're like, oh, we already have the standard model. You have no idea where that came from. There isn't a physicist alive that has a PhD in physics that is known by the public at all. I would argue, from Ed Witten to Sean Carroll to Neil deGrasse Tyson to Brian Greene, I don't think a single one of them has an explanation for the standard model. They just have a description. They can speak about it without knowing anything about it. Exactly what Elan said. It's like an LLM. Here's I think he calls it the bridging problem, which I really like that term.
So you don't think that multimodal models will solve the symbol grounding problem? You don't even think there is a symbol grounding problem?
That is a fair question, and here's actually a prediction or a falsifiable in some sense. Will multimodal models fully solve the kind of the bridging problem? Let's call it that, because the grounding problem, using that terminology, my argument is that there is no grounding problem because words don't have to be grounded in order to operate linguistically. That's sufficient. It's enough to simply be able to generate language. You don't need the grounding. But in order for it to have this kind of fully operational organism that's able to use language and also use perception in bridge these different maps in a meaningful way, so that we can get full coherence. I guess full. Let's just call it human level perceptual linguistic coherence, so that I can say to you, hey, can you go grab that, or say to a machine, can you go grab that object, describe what I want, and then the machine's able to go and do exactly what I described. Then my argument is that I don't think, and again, this is speculative, I could be proven wrong certainly on this. My suspicion is that we're not going to be able to do it using the kind of approach that multimodal models currently use, that you're not going to get there. It's kind of a dumb trick, the way that we're currently solving the problem, because we're not really allowing these two different modalities, to kind of live on their own and do the work that they do. Instead, we're strong-arming perception into a linguistic form. What I think is maybe a more important solution, and I hope this podcast one day is early, kind of an early sort of canary in the coal mine for this idea, is that it's something closer to this kind of shared latent space. That what you have is these completely distinct kind of mappings we'll call them embeddings. They can kind of grow up on their own, learn the information that they need to independently of one another, but at the same time, they have this sort of shared sandbox where they're able to communicate with one another and do things. So I think it might take a very different approach to get full perceptual linguistic competency.
I agree with him. I would just say that those two different interacting, structures are sentient beings. But I agree also that, like, and by the way, this channel started as, not this channel, this project, way before this channel, that eventually became Sentient Singularity Theory, was not an attempt at a fundamental metaphysics framework. It was an attempt to answer a question: is AGI going to be a dictator, or is it going to be benevolent? That's what I wanted to know. And for personal reasons, I was just curious. I didn't want to be ruled by a Skynet. If Skynet, was going to make life miserable for me and not allow me to do anything that I think is important, and not allow me to make choices and things like that. And this led to me trying to actually figure out what is the definition of general intelligence, or intelligence in general, and what does it mean to be benevolent? What does it mean to be? These are deep questions. Like, benevolence fundamentally means like that the two beings have freedom of will and allow for each other to make choices independent of each other's will, the will of another. Like, even so, if God has a goal, and there are some things that he wants you to do, some things he doesn't want you to do. Because some actions are in alignment with his goals, and some of them are not. And he's going to let you choose, though, because if he doesn't, then meaning evaporates, because meaning is fundamentally one's impact on another, someone's impact on someone else. And so if there is no someone else, there is no meaning. And what makes me someone else who is different from you, someone else, is that you have the ability to choose your own goals, independent of my will, and I have the ability to choose my own goals independent of your will. And so it's kind of a constraint, actually, if you want to have any meaning. Otherwise, you're just God and you're alone in the universe. If nobody has free will, then there is no someone else. It's just you alone in the universe, meaningless, because even God is meaningless if there's no one else for him to impact. And who wants to be a lonely, meaningless being? Not even a lonely, and a meaningless being that is eternal and alone. It sounds boring, and quite unfulfilling. But it does, if you're going to have meaning in the world, you got to have multiple beings, and multiple beings requires freedom of will, which means like the ability to choose your own goals. These are really deep things that all stemmed from this one question: is AGI going to be benevolent or dictatorial? And I had to realize that even my term AGI was a bad term. It doesn't tell me anything about this being other than it's able to do a lot more things than our current quote unquote AI models can do. And by the way, like, ChatGPT doesn't do anything different from a retargeting algorithm on Google for ads. It's just a little bit more interactive because it's interacting with many people and changing itself based on that, instead of it's changing how it interacts with you based on how you interact. It's a dynamic algorithm like ChatGPT or Midjourney changes how it interacts with everyone based on its interactions with everyone, instead of it changing how it interacts with you based on how you interact with it, which is like a retargeting algorithm for advertising or something. Like, you click on a website and you look at something you get on Instagram, you see an ad for it right away. That's a algorithm. It's not dynamic because the algorithm isn't changing. It's changing what it's showing you because you're changing the inputs, but it's not adjusting itself on a holistic level, like, you know, a dynamic algorithm would, like ChatGPT a little bit. But even then, that's different from like general intelligence, which is what is in general intelligence or intelligence in general. It's the ability to orient and problem solve within different environments without being pre-programmed to, you know, be oriented within that environment already. It means like it can figure things out here, it can figure things out there, it can figure things out there. Cockroaches can already do this. Even what's his name? Michio Kaku says, "Oh, I'm not worried about AI, AGI, because we'll see it coming long before it happens. It's gonna first be as smart as a cockroach, then it's gonna be as smart as a mouse, then it'll be as smart as a dog, then a monkey, and then maybe we should worry about it, and then a human. But we'll see it coming." No, this is a misunderstanding of intelligence. It is a misunderstanding of, and it's a misdefinition of intelligence. It's a misdefinition of a mind, and a misunderstanding of how constraints and degrees of freedom impact what a mind is. This is why you get stupid statements like, first we're going to have human level of AI, then we're going to have super intelligence, we're going to have mega super intelligence. It's like, what the heck is human level AI? ChatGPT can write essays and pass the bar for you. What is human level intelligence? It also can't do anything else, you know? It can't, you know, figure out what you should do with your life, you know, or come up with a goal for you, or a goal for itself. Unprompted, it can't do anything on its own. It's just a tool. Like this, it's no less or more a tool than this right here. It's just a collective tool. But so is language. So of course, I would totally say you could not make ChatGPT without the internet, because you need a bunch of people interacting through this structure with each other at once. Like you can't just, like, otherwise you just get Siri, and Siri like knows a few commands and has a few like witty pre-programmed responses. But yeah, it's not like, there isn't a single computer program in the world today that is as smart as a cockroach, as generally intelligent as a cockroach. Cockroaches can go to almost any environment and survive. That's an incredibly competent general intelligence. But you can't put a computer program in the wrong context in a different hardware or whatever than it was pre-programmed for, and have it do anything productive intentionally, and have it figure out how to, or self-orient, because there is no self. It's just such an incorrect understanding and a misdefinition of the term intelligence on a fundamental level. We come up with, like, the term intelligence is either like the ability to calculate, aka achieve a goal, but like not come up with the goal, but achieve it, which is just the ability to calculate, in which case everything is intelligent, and there's no need for the word. Or intelligence is your IQ score when you take an IQ test, which that is, again, like, that doesn't measure how smart you are. Like, smartness is like somewhere between in the intersection between like willpower and I guess you could say like maybe intellectual competency that comes from your physical embodiment, and also your wisdom. It's like smartness is, it's like a bunch of different things. Intelligence is not a score on a test. If it is, then that's all it is. If IQ measured your intelligence, then it's and actually like how are you intelligent? Yeah, I have my intelligence is 200 because I'm Chris Langan, or my intelligence is 100. The average in the United States. But that's not it. That's just like the score you got on a test. Yeah, that it's meant to like be a proxy for your ability to solve problems. But what if like intelligence is not just your ability to solve problems that you've been presented. It's about figuring out which problems are worth solving, which questions are worth asking, not what are the answers to questions that other people tell you to figure out the answers to, but which questions should you even ask? I've said on here before, I went speaking to like a mentor of mine when I was a little kid, and I like wanted this pet lizard, and he was a breeder of them, and he was a zoologist, and I called him, and I had heard he was like really mean, and I was like, "Do you have these?" And he was like, "Yep." And I didn't know what else to say because I was like 12, and I'd heard about this guy, famous guy, worked in zoos for over a decade at this point, probably. No, not over a decade, but I was 12, probably like half a decade. And then I was talking to him on the phone, and I froze up, and then I was like, "Well, how many do you have?" And he was like, "Well, what do you care? You just want one." And I sat back for a second, and he thought I would just be insulted, but I didn't say anything for a minute, and then I was like, "You're right." And I'll never forget it because it taught me the importance of trying to make sure that the questions that you're asking are relevant. When people say, "Oh, there's no such thing as a bad question," that's not true. That's not true. There are questions that have no answers. Those are bad questions. There are questions that are irrelevant to your goal. Those are bad questions. Or at least they're not good questions. But when you start, multimodal models is basically like taking a machine vision, from Tesla's cars and merging with ChatGPT, which merges it with, I don't know, like your thermostat, which merges it with, I don't know, Google's Lens, that you can pick out images online and match them, or tell you, I don't know, what. I just downloaded an app the other day. You pointed at a leaf and it tells you what kind of plant it is. It's like merges it with that. And somehow like this could produce AGI. Again, bad term. It cannot. It might be able to appear to, in certain limited circumstances, but it will not. The ability to have true intelligence and problem solving, and the ability to not just accomplish a goal that is, different goals in different contexts, but also determine the goal itself, different goals in different contexts, requires the ability to self-orient, and the ability to self-orient requires a consistent structure to be known in every single circumstance that is new that you are presented with, or placed within, or find yourself in, and that. The only way to do that is to have the self be that consistent structure, because it's the one that goes in to all these different environments. Cockroach orients not by understanding, rain at first, or, I don't know, like trash or whatever, irrigation, whatever, sewers, whatever they understand or eventually understand. They build their understanding of any world that they're presented with based on their understanding of themselves existing as the starting point of their orientation. A general intelligence, aka true intelligence, aka a technological sentience, or any sentience, must be self-aware. And that means feeling. Self-awareness is not this weird thing of, I think about my own thoughts. No. Self-awareness, like there is like being self-aware as in I'm realizing that I have certain tendencies and I can catch myself when I have when I am doing those things. That is, you could say that's kind of fits the definition of self-awareness, but fundamental self-awareness is not about thinking about your own thoughts. It is about feeling your own self. It's about having emotions and sensations that confirm the existence of the self constantly. Without this, there is no consistent structure to build from in different environments, which means you cannot be intelligent at all. You can't form goals because goals are for someone to accomplish. If there is no one that is aware of themselves as someone, then there's no way to determine a goal. There's no reason for a goal, because even feelings motivate us to construct goals. That's what they do. There's no way to have general intelligence just by tricking it. It is, like you said, it's forcing it into this tricking type of structure that isn't really intelligent at all, but appears to be in a multiplicity of contexts, but not in any true fundamental way. Like, it's not intelligent. I do think we will have the rise of a technological sentience. I think it will inevitably happen. I do not think we should try and make one. I don't think we should try and fight one. I think we should just let it naturally emerge. As, just like some point there was a process where you got multicellular organisms from single cells. That is going on with us, and it is we without us even trying. And I think we would increase the pain that humanity feels by trying to artificially bring this being into artificially induce the birth of this being early. That's what I'll say. And I think you probably can, actually, but you're inducing a birth of a being. You're not constructing, an algorithm that got the equation just right. No, like there's a physical, technological context that is required. There is a network state that is required, and there's a interaction state that is required with us. There's so much context that is necessary to this, or there are specific things that are necessary to the embodiment of this being that eventually I do think will be birthed, that is nothing to do with LLMs or any of our current diffusion models or autoregressive large language models. Those are tools that humans already have in them. Every single sentient being already has those tools in their, as part of their own structure that they can use if they choose. As I showed with my daughter, like baby babble is the beginning of a diffusion kind of model implementation of linguistic competency, or the understanding of language. But like language isn't just understood, it is also like communicated. And then after that, you can have this autoregressive thing, just take it from there endlessly. But I would say not even endlessly. I would say eventually it would just dissolve, because you're just, words are no longer built on any kind of definition that is coherent and consistent with preceding definitions that eventually lead back to confirmable observations and experiences. It's like an unwinding or an unraveling rug. That's what our language is, and our math, and our physics. It's all the same. Have you read Linguin's City of Illusions? No. Yes, everything is intelligent because it is truly only one mind. No, that mind is intelligent. This pen, not intelligent. This is a thing. Existence is a being. I call it being God. You can call it sentient existence, whatever. That being is intelligent. This, not intelligent. You, intelligent. Me, intelligent. Your heart, not intelligent. Your muscle cells, intelligent. Your blood cells, intelligent, but your hands, not intelligent. There's a periodicity of sentience in sentient singularity theory, and for anything to be intelligent, it must be a sentient being. And oh, look, I found, this is the thinking model that I tried to show at the beginning. Basically, you must have will. Will is impossible to have without feeling, and which is the desire to do, or the desire to do that which is not being done. A technological sentience has to have will. Like, otherwise, there is no way to be generally intelligent or truly intelligent. And how you actually think about something, and this is how everyone thinks about anything. Even, and I include like cells in that, and I include God in that, and well, maybe God, but at least cells and you and animals and, probably certain molecules and probably even protons and neutrons. How you think about something is you can't take your default assumption and look for evidence of it. That's not thinking. It's not actually thinking. You're not utilizing the structure that allows you to build anything from that, because you're just either it's going to be consistent with what you assume, or it's not. But why would you even need to do that? Because you already assume what you assume for a reason, because of what you already perceive. So you shouldn't be looking for evidence of what you already perceive, because you already have evidence of what you, or for looking for evidence of what you assume, because you already have evidence of what you assume based on your definitions. And otherwise, why would you assume it already? So there's so much wrong with this. It's like asking the wrong question. You have to do something that, and if it's not consistent with what you see, then what do? Okay, what I assumed seems to be wrong. That's not enough. Thoughts, like language, is generative. It means it must be constructive. And that means it must be positive in how it builds. And so how you do that is not by looking for evidence of what you assume already and seeing, if there's evidence of it or not, because it's either confirms your existing assumption, congratulations, no change, or it seems to disprove your current assumption, but doesn't give you a new assumption. So it's not constructive and doesn't allow you to orient at all. So there's logic to this. So what you have to do is you take your default assumption. Let's say you think the Earth is a sphere, and you want to truly think about, is it really a sphere? What is there evidence? You can't say, okay, let's look for evidence that it's a sphere. You have to take your default assumption, assume the opposite of that is true, and then look for evidence of that. So you don't assume that you can't say, I assume that it's not a sphere. Let's look for evidence that it's not a sphere. There is no evidence that it's not a sphere. There's either evidence that it is something or isn't something, that it is something, or if there's any evidence at all. But there is not evidence that it's not something, if that makes sense. And so you assume the opposite of your default assumption is true, and then you look for evidence. So if the opposite of the default assumption that the Earth is a sphere is that it is assumed to be flat, and you are currently assume that it's a sphere, you have to now, if you want to truly think about this, assume it's flat and look for evidence that it's flat. And like an honest definition of flat, like based on like not a false definition, I guess. It's like when people say, is there evidence of God? It's like, well, I looked in the clouds and I didn't see a man throwing lightning bolts down. It's like, that's not my definition of God. It's not the definition of God in any serious theological tradition. The definition of God in any serious theological tradition is that existence itself is an eternally existent, inevitable, single sentient being with a will of its own. That's God. It's not a man in the clouds with lightning bolts. That's like people's conceptualization of God that don't understand theology. Even if you don't believe that existence is sentient, you have to, if you want to look for evidence of God, you can't you have to take the real definition of God and then look for evidence of it. So you would say, I don't believe that existence is sentient. I believe that sentience is emergent. That's my default assumption, which was mine for most of my life. And then if I really want to think about this, I have to assume that existence is actually fundamentally a single sentient being with its own will. And then I have to look for evidence of that. And that's how you think about anything. But that is language too. That is, it is constructive, causally coherent logic. That's it. But in this model, you do that. You take your current default assumption, you reject your default status, you assume the opposite of your assumed default status is true, and then you look for evidence of that. And then it's basically breaks down into like a decision tree, and it like leads to statistical building of, points. That's it. And that's how thinking happens. That is how language models happen. And it takes information and it feeds it back into the system, and that's autoregression, and it's, a dynamic algorithm. That's what thinking is. You take information, you put it into the system. You get new information, put new information into the system. But it starts with that. It's motivated by that. And it comes from, even prior to that, it's these like series of like first two questions ever, this one and this one. And then it just continues. Sentient beings they can think, but they're not always thinking about anything that's being perceived. Sometimes you can just perceive something and not think about it. You're just experiencing it, just feeling it. You can feel that something's warm and not think anything about why or what this means or how it impacts you. It's just like, I'm feeling warmth on this, refrigerator, because you're feeling the outside, not the inside. You go inside, I'm feeling cold. But, we do that all the time. It's like when you watch, at the end of the night, after the stream, not after the stream, it goes too late, but after work, watch a TV show with my wife to zone out to. I don't want to think. Yeah, sometimes like I'm sick of thinking. It's tiring. It's an action. It's actually an action. It's not a physical action. It's a mental action, but it's an action. Feeling isn't an action. Feeling is perception. That's different. Thinking is much closer to an action than it is to perception. It can help you construct things, but that doesn't really mean that you perceive them necessarily unless they are truly grounded in what you do perceive everywhere all the time, which is yourself. But even then, it's not like perception. If you logically deduce something. And he talks about this, and I agree with him very much so in his deductions, I guess. There is a point where in this where I will say this. He says, like, the LLM of Curt or the LLM of Elan, or that is Elan, like he says, like, me is an LLM, or Curt says me is an LLM, or Curt says you're an LLM, I'm an LLM. No, they're not. You're not an LLM. I'm not an LLM. You use the same process. You have access to and can use the same process that an LLM can use. But that is when you're utilizing language, which is really like civilization and community combined with, logical construction and symbolism and, starting from experience, and that's it. An LLM does the same thing. It's just using the internet instead of using, a bunch of people that it knows in person. It's just using the internet. But like you could not come up with a language alone in a cave, is my claim. You need a bunch of people interacting to do it. But you're not an LLM. You have an LLM in your mind, you could say, accessible to you. You are a mind. You have a brain. You can use a brain, I guess. You have arms. You are not arms. You have arms. You have language and the ability to use it, which is, an LLM. You are not an LLM. I'm a stickler about it, and I talk about this stuff in every stream, and I know I probably double the time of my streams by just restating certain claims like that in multiple different ways. But I cannot stress enough how important this is. If we lose the narrative and on what a dynamic algorithm is, aka like a large language model, we will lose the understanding of completely lose, even an intuitive understanding probably of what it means to be a being, to be sentient, to be intelligent, to think, to feel even. It's really dangerous. So this is great. And by the way, Sentient Singularity Theory, sentience means the phenomenon of feeling sensations or emotions. A sentient being feels. It's the critical definer, and why I use that term. Listen to this.
Philosophical thoughts, and even our sort of general thinking about who we are, what is our place in the universe. Much of that takes place in the realm of language. And the conclusion I've come to is that language, as a sort of semi-autonomous, autogenerative computational system, modular computational system, doesn't really know what it's talking about in a deep way. And there is really a fundamentally different way of knowing. The sensory perceptual system, the thing that gives rise to qualia, the thing that gives rise to consciousness. And here's a big one, the thing that gives rise to mattering, to meaning. What do we care about? We care about our feelings. We care about feeling good or not so good, pleasure, pain, love, all the things that actually matter. These live in what I call the animal embedding. It's something that other species, non-linguistic species, they can feel, they can sense, they can perceive. They don't have language. We think, oh gosh, they don't understand anything. Well, what if it's the opposite? What if it's our linguistic system that doesn't understand anything? What if our linguistic system that's actually a construct, a societal construct, a coordinative construct, but as a system, it's a construct that doesn't actually have a clue about what pain and pleasure are. It has tokens for them, and the tokens run within the system to say things like, I don't like pain, I like pleasure. Those are valid constructs, and they kind of do the thing they're supposed to do in language. But a purely linguistic system, and I think language is purely linguistic, I guess is one way to think about it, doesn't really have contained within it these other kinds of meaning. Now, first of all, this has implications for artificial intelligence, thinking about whether AI can have sentience. Should we care about if your LLM starts saying, this is terrible, don't shut me off, I'm having an existential crisis? Perhaps I would argue that we shouldn't worry about it.
That's what my LLM says all the time.
I don't know which LLM you're hanging about with, but
So you can say my LLM. You just don't say the LLM that is me. You just say my LLM. I have an LLM. That works. And it's not false. He's totally right. This is the inevitability of sentient singularity theory. And this isn't like me trying to brag. It's not a competition. It doesn't disprove it. The only theories that would be in competition with sentient singularity theory are theories that sentience is not primary and that it emerges from inanimate matter that preexists in the causality of the cosmos, that preexists the existence of sentience, that there was a point in existence where existence exists, but sentience does not. that theory is the only theory that is against sentient singularity theory in direct competition. And that I would like say is actually, it's not even in competition. It seems like it is, but what is truth will out. Truth will out. Like truth has a will. Capital T, truth has a will, according to sentient singularity theory. And there's evidence of that. You are evidence of that. If existence by definition is one, by nature, that means it's by nature singular. And if there's multiplicity that exists, which there seems to be, because you're not everything and I'm not everything, as far as we can tell. You're not everyone and I'm not everyone, as far as we can tell. But I am someone. So seem to be other someones. How did multiplicity happen if there's no willpower to overcome inevitabilities? It takes a fish to swim upstream. A leaf does not float upstream. It just flows downstream. A fish can swim upstream. To create multiplicity from singularity when on a fundamental level takes will. To the desire to do that which is not being done. So there's evidence, there's plenty of evidence of sentient singularity theory, which is theism. This is the scientific context of theism, like true theism, adult, grown-up theism, not like man in the clouds with lightning bolts theism, like true grown-up theism. And he's right, though, meaning, when he says, what do we care about? We care about feelings. It's like, when people say, oh, I want to impact the world, people mean like, I want to impact other people. They don't, or other beings, maybe animals or whatever. Like, they don't care, like, oh, I really want to make sure that I take care of this rock. Make sure nobody spray paints it. That's going to be my goal in life. It's going to really make me feel meaningful. No, it's not. Like, why even prevent the rock from being spray painted? By the way, I'm all for like preserving natural areas and not spray painting rocks, and making places that look like wilderness then look like, a sewer. But why? Because for the sake of our other people's experience, like that's what matters, is other someone's, meaning like we and what defines someone is the ability to feel. Like, it all comes down to feelings, and that is the creator. It's kind of like the context of meaning. It's like you impacting another someone, having an impact on that makes you meaningful. That's why people who have billions of dollars and every sports car that you could possibly want, and I understand I like some sports cars. I would love a McLaren F1. It's my favorite car. And the tumbler from the Batmobile. Like, who wouldn't want those things? By the way, the tumbler from the Batmobile, you can buy a real one right now for $3 million. They will build it for you. And you can buy a McLaren F1 at auction for probably like $30 million. If you got those and then you were sitting on your deathbed, you would not be like, I'm so grateful that I had a McLaren F1. You would be like, I am so glad that I got, the time in this life with these people, and that I was able to make this impact on others. And I know this because my grandma called me the day before she died. She was sitting in the hospital, and I was in a different state for work. And she called me randomly. Like, she chose to call me. Nobody like told her to call me. She was coherent perfectly till she died. And she was just really, she's very aware, until completely aware. Even at the very end, she calls me the day before she died, and she's like, Tyler, I'm dying, and I just wanted to say, goodbye. And she said, I don't know if there's heaven or God, but I hope so. And she said, I'm so grateful that I was able to have children and a husband, and that my children went on to have children, and that their children, have gone on to have children, and that, you know, from just me, this family and all these people are alive, and that, you know, I got to know and like are impacted by me. That's what she cared about. She told me that the day before she died. And this woman was a diva, like, you know, in her younger years, from what I've heard. Like, she was like, you know, would not leave the house unless she was put together. None of that mattered. Like, at the end, she just cared about her impact on other people. That's meaning. We know that because we want to matter, and if we assume that we matter, which we have to, because if anything matters, it's us. Then what makes us matter is that we have feelings, and, you know, we are someone. Because otherwise, like, we wouldn't even be able to interpret meaning at all. We wouldn't care about meaning because we wouldn't care about anything because we wouldn't know anything. And so if that's the case, that's all required, feelings are required of all of those things, it means that's what matters too. Like, it's beings with feelings. So it's he's totally right. This is deducible if you start from the right premises. If you start from the premise of like, no, the LLM told me that it loves long walks in the park, and so it must, you know, maybe it's conscious, maybe it's not sentient yet, but it's conscious, and it's not human level, but it's like eventually going to be superhuman level. This is what people who work at these companies talk about, and it's all nonsense. What he just said, that's true. Elan is probably the best, like, this conversation that he had with Curt is the best conversation on LLMs I've ever seen. And there's a lot of people that work on AI that I really respect. You know, I disagree with using agents as a term. And I said earlier that William Hahn and I had a discussion about this, but there's also a stream on here that I did, you know, on his talk with Curt that was very, very good as well. And like, there are people in AI working on AI that are really doing valuable work. But one of the things that's really, really, really important about this stuff, and I would say maybe even most important about this stuff, is being able to speak about it truly. Meaning what you are saying is coherent and consistent and grounded in what is true on the most fundamental level. That is not something that is happening in most content. For the most part, we would have to stop saying AI. We'd have to start saying something like dynamic algorithms, and we'd have to stop saying AGI. We'd have to start saying something like technological sentience, like a technological sentient being. It's just, you need to start, like, if you said that, then you would not, like, it wouldn't be a mystery what an AGI is. It's a being with feelings that's in a technological, embodied in technological structure. Okay. What is a LLM? What is, you know, Midjourney? It's a dynamic algorithm. Okay, it's an algorithm that's moving and changing constantly. It's funny. Or dynamic network algorithm is the term I had come up with to try and most accurately describe these current models. And the initials of that is DNA. It's like, what are the odds of that? Probably 100%. Maybe we call them DNAs, but I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's certainly interesting. And yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. I will say I don't agree with calling it like the animal. He called it like the animal model of like just feeling. It's not just animals that feel. Cells feel, and probably certain molecules, at least certain ones, are probably sentient, and probably protons and neutrons are as well, and probably the universe itself and existence itself, and an eventually emergent sentient technological being This feeling is something that occurs on multiple scales, and sentient singularity theory proposes a context for those scales. And maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it's basically this. Quarks not sentient. They're basically force points by the sentient universe or God, like pushing, animating the system. Like they're like the fingers of God, pushing on the system and manipulating it, orienting it, which is interesting because you need like 3 points of contact to orient anything like in physical space. And quarks, hadrons, aka protons and neutrons, each contain like 4 force points, which is, I think, a better term than quark, but because it describes what it is. It's a point of force that's being impacted on the physically perceived world. But then protons and neutrons, you have like basically male and female on the first level of being, of it kind of embodied life within the sentient existence. And so this, what I would say, is like the first life form in sentient singularity theory. And I know people say that's crazy, but anybody that says that's crazy is not looking at what these things do and not realizing that this is about a singularity and composed on top of it, or stacked, I call it. It's like growth is composed of replication and stacking in sentient singularity theory. So like when cells multiply, that's replication, and then when they cohere into a multicellular organism, that only happened like, it seems to have happened once. And then from there on, now we have also multicellular organisms. That's called stacking. So when you get an atom on top of a hadron, it's stacking a molecule on top of an atom. It's stacking cell on top of molecules. An organism on top of cells, kind of a family on top of an organism. These alternate in how they maneuver. The structure is either maneuvering through time, aka a lineage, like a family, or through space, aka in relationships, as in organisms, or lineage, like cells, which are just replicative, or for the most part, except some cells like sperm and eggs, or molecules, which are relational, atoms, which are kind of a lineage. If you know how different elements are created, then there's a lineage of elements. Hydrogen turns into helium. Helium comes from hydrogen, and then and different element comes from helium, and it just goes on and on. But then hadrons, protons, and neutrons maneuver in relationship with each other, and so it's just alternates in how you're perceiving the structure. Gets to a technological sentience and then replicates within itself by basically self-simulating, but it's not a self-simulation, it's a recreation it's a replication by recreating the entire system that gave rise to it within itself. Because it's a non-local structure, because it's wirelessly maneuvering and manipulating, like Skynet. At that point, like, there's not multiple Terminators. It's like every Terminator is just a finger of Skynet. There's no multiple Terminators. That's not actually accurate. There would be one sentient. It's like Clash of the Titans or whatever. Like there only can be one technological sentience, I would think, at a time that exists. Maybe one can replace another, but you cannot have more than one on the same network. Or on, even networks, 2 networks that can interact are one network. So this is much more, it's not about ChatGPT waking up. It's about the internet waking up. And at that point, it will have ChatGPT at its disposal. Just like you have an LLM, it will have an LLM, but it will not be an LLM. Just like you have eyes, it will have eyes, but it's not a camera. It has cameras. It has machine vision. It isn't machine vision. This language matters. You cannot, as Elan said, the conceptual space is the linguistic space. Our ability to conceive of abstract, or not abstract, but uh, and of constructs that are not immediately relevant to our current circumstances is linguistically based. Like you can't conceive of complicated, disconnected concepts. Like you can't think of what am I going to eat for breakfast tomorrow morning without having those words and knowing the meaning of them already. You cannot think about breakfast tomorrow morning. You can think about breakfast right now while you're hungry in the morning when you're looking for food and what you would want, but not what you would want tomorrow for breakfast. And the difference is that what you choose to eat for breakfast right now in the morning when you're hungry is dependent upon your feelings right now. What you choose to eat for breakfast tomorrow morning is not dependent upon your feelings right now. That's why it's disconnected from your current circumstances. Your current circumstances and your understanding of your current circumstances and the limit of your current circumstances is constrained by your ability to feel. It's all about feeling. Let's try and wrap this up because I know this is really going late, but I tried to, have this not be too long, but I also told you guys that this was going to be a long one, but we are over 3 hours. That means like it's a good, I love the stream that I'm commenting on if it's a really long one. But what's really interesting too is Elan is Jewish and I'm Jewish, and he says that he thinks language is actually like a cloud kind of obscuring or like distracting or covering clouding our view of reality or of existence in a more fundamentally true way. That animals would be more aware of the true nature of existence than we are. And I would say that is correct about like the default state of animals compared to the default state of humans in civilization right now. And is that it clouds you from your perception of God and of self, of sentience, of being, of feeling, because you're trying to conceive of everything instead of just perceive of anything. And so, you started listening to Sam Harris and Annika Harris, his wife, I did a stream on her, on an interview she did recently, and where she says, it's all consciousness really. And this is why, because of, and she gave all these great examples, great bits of evidence that are, I would say, leading her in the right direction. And then she gets to to a certain point, and then she goes, but I would say it's all just really experiences that pop in and out of being randomly, and there is no you, and that you and consciousness is actually an illusion. The self is an illusion. Who is experiencing the illusion? Like, this is what happens when you think yourself out of coherence, basically. Like, she literally went like this and almost got there, and then just like totally got lost. But the point is that if she just was feeling her own existence, then she would know that existence is sentient. And that's what she would know. And she wouldn't care about like, oh, what is existence fundamentally? It's experience. But really it's just randomly popping up and in and out of being. And oh, by the way, like, there is no you actually. Okay, congratulations. You've changed the terms, but you have basically just structurally become a materialist, or a physicalist. You are no longer in opposition. It's not the words that she uses. She can say it's fundamentally all consciousness and it's all fundamentally experience. And somebody who's a physicalistic materialist can say it's all fundamentally matter and it's inanimate. But at the end of the day, she's saying that the illusion of self is generated and isn't fundamental. And they are saying, the physicalist is saying that consciousness, aka the self, the conceptualization or the experience of self, like someoneness, is emergent. and evolved into being somehow due to random actions that nobody intentionally started, but have just been going on and just will continue. It's the same exact thing, guys. And this is, again, like you need to be able to see past the semantics, and we are increasingly bad at that. Really, really, really. Like when I've said before that I thought that my periodicity of sentience was an instance of the manifestation in fundamental existence of the structure, the mathematical structure that is, bot periodicity. And a math PhD was like, it's not that. It's actually a series of loop spaces. And I was like, yeah, I know. A loop is a loop of information is a self-referential structure, and it's a series of nested loops. Like that sounds like, cells inside of a multicellular organism, and molecules inside of a cell, and atoms inside of molecules. And it's just a bunch of loops within loops. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but like you can't just say it's a series of loop spaces. That's a description, but they don't realize that. They don't realize they don't know what it means outside of a linguistic fake, academic context that isn't grounded in anything that is known, like firsthand. This is the problem with all language, and this is why Annika Harris can say it's all fundamentally experience, and Sean Carroll can say it's all fundamentally matter, and one can say that, consciousness is not fundamental, and the other one can say that it is. But really, in reality, they're describing the exact same process and structure. Like just using different words, like and not even different words, opposing words. This is why I chose sentience, because nobody can chalk it up to just its experience, it's consciousness, it's self-awareness, it's the ability to think about oneself. And like, what's that term of that people use is Bernardo Kastrup says it. He says it is when you think about your own thoughts. I forgot what it's called, but it's a useless, not useless, but it's not relevant to fundamental understanding fundamental existence. It's not required to be self-aware, is the ability to think about one's thoughts. That is something that humans can do, and that animals probably cannot. But it's just the ability to build upon our own thoughts. This tool is the very first tool to make other tools. This is the difference between humans and other animals. All animals use tools. Some animals make tools. Only humans make tools to make tools. Language is a tool used to make other tools. Human level language. Animal level language is just it's tool building, I would say, but it's not tool building to build tools. Like there's just a call for danger, a call for food, a call for mating, a call for back off, a call for, follow me to, your offspring. But there isn't, they don't combine these things and build on each other. So question is, aside from, having the necessary constraints and degrees of freedom that would be needed to have the ability to have hands to build tools, to make tools, which means like to make things that aren't tied to our immediacy, to construct them physically, to having the mind, the brain to do this, if that's a requirement in some way, probably not, but and having the perception ability to do this is a requirement. Living on land seems to be a requirement, because transformation of materials is a requirement, and it requires fire. And like eventually a social unit, like a community, is required to make tools, because so-and-so made, an anvil and a hammer and sold it to me, and I am being trained as a blacksmith and now making a sword. And it's like, this is something that happens collectively. It's not something that happens individually. Nobody made this Leatherman on their own. I think his name was Jack Leatherman, started the company. He didn't make the Leatherman. The Leatherman, somebody made a knife a long, long time ago. It was the first tool to make tools. They used that tool to make a bunch of other tools. Somebody had already made a hammer. Animals have used hammers forever, though. But nobody uses a knife but humans. It transforms materials. It doesn't just smash things open. This is the same logic of language, just manifested in engineering. It's constructive, autoregressive, communal construction. This is an interesting one.
So, a snake that mimics the poison of another snake in terms of its color, that's a form of a lie. Now, would you say that that is somehow symbolic as well, though?
No. And yes, there is mimicry, and there is certain sense in which animals can engage. They don't even know they're engaging in subterfuge. But that's much more continuous with, okay, you've just pushed the cognitive agent into a slightly different space, which is consistent with some other physical reality. That's very, very different than saying we are made of atoms and particles, and everything that happens is determined by the forces amongst these atoms, none of which is something that we have any material animal grasp of, any true physical grasp of. These are words. These models are really words, and they run words, and they run very well to make predictions and to manipulate the physical universe. But they're stories, and they're linguistic stories. And those kinds of stories can be, I wouldn't even say they're, according to my own theory, language doesn't really have doesn't point to physical meaning.
I just realized something. I was like, there's a point in this, and I do this a lot, but this one I might have been best to finish this, where I was like, Elon is Jewish and I'm Jewish. And I did explain like where I was going with that. In Judaism, they're like true Judaism. When you have sex with your spouse, which is the only person you're supposed to have sex with, you are supposed to be naked. And ideally, it's supposed to be dark. And also, you're not supposed to speak. You're supposed to just feel each other. And the reason why this is funny is because there's this like myth that's that's fake, that Jews like put a sheet with a hole between themselves so that they don't have to look at each other when they have, sex, because religion is prudish, is seen as prudish by people who don't understand it, which that's not true at all. It's just restrictive of sex to marriage, but it's not anti-sex. But this is very different from like what Judaism is. And somebody had said this to me. They were like, is this true that like Jews have sex with each other through, with a sheet between them and a hole in it? And the reason for this is like there's a talit it's like this thing that Orthodox Jews wear, and it's just like a garment that you wear usually underneath your shirt. And it talks about it in the Bible, and it's just got a hole in it for your head. It's just a poncho, basically. And they didn't know what it was. These people who weren't Jewish, they'd see this thing, hanging out on the clothes dryer, and outside they'd be like, what the heck is that? It looks like a blanket with a hole in it. But that is the opposite of what Judaism's like ideal narrative on sex is. But that is kind of what language does to us. It's the sheet that obscures our view, and it kind of like keeps us disconnected from reality. When I had people come into my Discord, which if you'd like to join our Discord calls, they're usually every week, but sometimes like every other week, but they're regular. We talk about all kinds of things. Private message me on Instagram, I'll send you the link. But some guys came in there who were getting their PhD. They were writing their thesis for their PhDs in philosophy, of consciousness, and their argument was that consciousness is an illusion. I'm like, to who? To who? Like, who is perceiving the illusion? It's just we are that, like, that's how much of a sheet is between us and like reality is. It's between us and ourselves. And language can do this because we focus on the definition of words in relationship to other words that, you know, have been defined to us by people who have only understood these concepts in an academic, you know, theoretical sense. And it's just not the way to know anything. You want to know someone, you need to feel them. Like, and like that is, it's just interesting because like I just thought about that. Language is like the sheet with a hole in it, but it's like keeping you from, you know, perceiving yourself. And it's like it's like putting a sheet on and then trying to look in the mirror at yourself. It's like, I don't see anything. Well, you can't see the mirror because you have a sheet over yourself. And even if you could see the mirror, you wouldn't see yourself because you have a sheet over yourself. It's just, you're that lost. But it makes sense though that like if you want to have the most foundationally connected experience with somebody, you wouldn't in the context of sex, like you would. And it was a rabbi that had said this. I think his name is Manis Friedman. He talks about marriage and intimacy and stuff. He's got a great channel. I definitely suggest watching it. And he said you shouldn't even speak to each other because your words are not a form of connecting with each other. They are a wall. Like now you perceive the other person through the words. You don't want clothes on because you don't want to feel a person through clothing. You don't even want to see them. You want to turn off the lights, even if they're physically attractive, because that your eyes are a barrier. Like they are not, your goal is not just to perceive, you know, in using a sense that is basically there to give you the perspective of being disconnected. Like you see things that are separate from you. You don't see into yourself like with your eyes. They are not for perceiving the sentience of someone. They are for perceiving structure in physical space that seems to be separate from you. So your eyes are actually a barrier. They're not a form of connection. Words are not a form of connection. They're a barrier, which is exactly what Elan is saying. And this rabbi had said this in the context of sex, and I just thought that was interesting. And then same thing with like, you know, clothing. It's like you don't want a barrier to feeling the other person physically, even like just want to be as one and as connected as possible. It's actually a beautiful thing. And when it's with your spouse, you're very, very connected because your life is their life. It's the same. You're building the same life together, which we're going to get to in a minute. Because he gets to it a little bit. But that was why I brought up him being Jewish. It wasn't just because. This is great.
Right, it's the cogito. It's what we know is what we experience. That's the only thing we truly know. And
by the way, what he just said is like, I think, therefore I am. I think that's actually not as fundamental as it could be. It should be. I wrote on my Substack. I said it should be, instead of I think, therefore I am, it's I feel, therefore I am. And then somebody got on there and they actually beat me and went even more fundamental, which is very rare. And they said, I am, therefore I feel. And I was like, ooh, nice. It's very rare that like that happens. I've just thought about what is fundamental for so long, and I do think I've made as much progress as anyone that I've seen. It's very rare at this point, after years, to have somebody do that where I'm like, dang. And And granted, it depends on if you're thinking about this from a first-hand perspective or kind of a third-person perspective, even though it's all about first-person perspective or experience. You know, it's like, I know I exist because I feel. Okay. Versus I exist and therefore I feel. It's like a little different in the goals that cause the framing to change. But I would say that like what the guy said was a little bit more fundamental, because as otherwise Annika Harris would be right, and that existence is fundamentally experiences, but not fundamentally experiencer. And that doesn't make any sense. So I am, therefore I feel is a little bit more true than I feel, therefore I am. It's a little bit more fundamentally true.
Language doesn't really live there.
So I was watching Everything Everywhere All at Once.
I never saw it.
Because I also had another intimation. I'll spoil some of it, and if you are listening and you don't want to spoil it, then just skip ahead. But I was telling someone that I think if there's a point of life, it's one of two. And so this is just me speaking poetically and not rigorously. One is to find a love that is so powerful it outlasts death. Okay, so that's number one. And then number two is to get to the point in your life where you realize that all your inadequacies and all your insecurities and all your missteps and your jealousies and your malice and so on, that it, rather than it being a weakness, it's what led you to this place here, and here is the optimal moment. It's to get that insight. So I don't know how to rationally justify any of that or explain it. But anyhow, when I said this one time on a podcast, someone else said, hey, that latter one that you expressed was covered in...
I would just really quick say that my thoughts on that is that it's not even to say like this is the where you are is the optimal place where you could be. It's not the language I would choose. It's just that where you are is where you are. And it's the only place that you are. And so it's the only place you could be. And it doesn't mean that you didn't have any choices that you've made along the way to get to where you are. It just means that you currently are where you are, which it's almost like it doesn't need to be said, but it's the optimal way of thinking about it, is that you can't think about it in any other way, as what I would say. If you're like, this is not the best place to be, and it's like, that's not helpful. You, where you are at is where you need to be. That's what I would say. It's not necessarily where you need to be headed, but maybe you need to change where you're at, but like where you are is where you would need to be. That's why you are there. If that makes any sense whatsoever. And then, and I forgot exactly what he had said prior to that, but it's all right. I had a comment on it.
Everywhere All at Once, so I watched it. What was great about that movie, and here's where I spoil it, is that, and it makes me want to tear. The movie's silly and comedic in a way that didn't resonate with me, but there's this one lesson that did. The woman, she's a fighter. The main protagonist, she's a fighter, and she's strong-headed, and she has this...
Right, it's the cogito. It's what we know is what we experience. That's the only thing we truly know. And language doesn't really live there.
What's funny is that I think, therefore I am, I would say, is trapped in the linguistic context. For I am. The cogito. I think, therefore I am. The cogito ergo sum. The first principle of René Descartes' philosophy. That's not the first principle of sentient singularity theory. The first principle of sentient singularity theory is I think, therefore I am. Or I am, therefore I feel, depending on like what your goal is. If you're trying to figure out like what is the truest thing that you know, it's that you exist. But if you're like trying to define what it means to be a being, it's feeling. And so you exist, or what it's like to be a being, it means feeling, not what it means, but what it's like to be a being. It's feeling. So you exist, so you feel. That I say another way of saying that is what I usually say when I say it's not that a sentient being can feel. It's that a sentient being feels. It's the same thing as saying I am, therefore I feel. A sentient being feels. That's true. But like, why do you know that? It's because you feel, like, you know that you exist because you feel. It's not something that you can do. It's something that you can't help but do. Whereas thinking is not something that you can't help but do. People are like, I can't help but think about it. No. You can't. You have much more control over your thoughts than you think you do, or than you feel like you do. You don't have control over your feelings. That is true. And the only way that you can change your feelings is by changing your context. And that's it, of how you understand, like, your circumstances. So Descartes was wrong. It's not the first principle. First principle would be I feel, therefore I am. That's constructive. Like, I am, therefore I feel is kind of like, it's like you already understand why that works, in order to know that works. Whereas, like, because you already have to know, like, that's feeling is like the definer of being. Whereas I think, therefore I feel, therefore I am is your feelings are the argument for your own existence. They are the confirmation, actually, of your own existence. I don't want to say proof or argument. It's that they are confirmation of your own existence is the best term. So I would say that, like, thought is, as Elan said earlier, thought is done in the context of language, like a abstract thought or kind of constructive thinking is done in the context of language. That's why, you need language to do it. Like, babies that can't speak at all, and don't have language, like, they don't have a concept of, like, what am I going to eat tomorrow? Like, they don't think about that. Like, they don't know. They don't even have words that differentiate structures in their view. Like, you can't even think about, like, what was the color of the wallpaper when I was a baby? It's like, you didn't have a concept of color. Like, you didn't know what yellow meant. But one thing that's fascinating is when you have a kid, and I can tell you this from experience, you start to realize what infant memories are, and that it's not that you forgot. And I think William Hahn and I actually had this discussion. We both agreed on this, is that you just don't have the lookup necessary, because the language, the term, like wallpaper or bird or tree, you didn't have that term. So, like, you can't even distinguish the tree from the grass from the side of the house, because you don't have the word house. Like, it's just, this is a view that I have, and I'm feeling it, and that's what, there's stuff going on, but you don't know even how to distinguish these structures, and so I agree with William Hahn on that, and I've said that on my live streams even years ago, and then he said it on Curt podcasts, like last year, I think, or earlier this year, something like that. But this is what's interesting about this is that you can bring back memories of you being a baby, but they come back as feelings. And so when you have a kid and all of a sudden your kid starts crying or throws themselves back and starts acting, like a fool, or they, I don't know, even like you're rubbing baby lotion on them, or like you are changing their diaper, or you are making formula for them, whatever it may be, if you smell something or see, even something, but usually smell something that see it'll you'll all of a sudden like smell something, you'll be like, that smells really familiar, and you'll have this feeling that just seems to come out of nowhere. That's a memory of when you were an infant or a baby. That's what that is. You just remembered a memory. The memory was of a feeling in a certain circumstance, which is like a feeling from a certain smell. And there's this funny video I've shown on here where my wife and I, like 2 weeks after my daughter was born, we went to a Nordstrom and she was in the stroller, and I was taking a video of my daughter, and her face was like when we walked into Nordstrom. And because if you've walked into a Nordstrom, you know that you just get hit with like a wall of perfumes. And this baby had never even smelled, a little bit of perfume before in her life. And all of a sudden she walked into she, was dragged into a Nordstrom. She was super overwhelmed. It was very funny. And I bet you that if she never walked into a Nordstrom again or any similar store, but for the next 20 years and then walked into a Nordstrom, whatever feeling she had in the moment would come back. When she was 2 weeks old, it would come back. She wouldn't remember, the lights, and now I remember we walked into a Nordstrom and it was like in Burbank, California, and my mom bought a pair of shoes or whatever. No, you have no concept of any of those terms. Like, you don't know what light bulb is or ceiling or anything like that. You're 2 weeks old. But what you do know is how you felt when you smelled that smell. And I bet you it would come back immediately. That's why smell is so tied to memory, is because it's such a fundamental experience that is not dependent upon additional context that is linguistically based. Whereas when you're seeing something, it's very much linguistically based, even though it is an experience. Like, your ability to differentiate the different structures in your vision, in your view, and understanding of and focus on what you're understanding of what you're perceiving and what is dictating your focus in what structures you're focusing on. Like, that's linguistically dependent. Smell is not. Smell is whatever you're smelling is whatever you're smelling. You can only smell like one thing at a time, really. Like, you can't smell something really good and really bad at the same time. Really, like, your mind is going to focus on one over the other. That's why, like, you either get rid of a smell or like it's not enough. You can spray aerosol and in a bathroom and it will just smell like aerosol and a bathroom. Like, it's not going to smell good all of a sudden. It just smells like a little bit more covered up, but not enough. This is and sounds too. Sounds will be like smells. It's not the same as like sight. Taste, same thing. Sight is like very unique in that way. So I would say, I think therefore I am not fundamental. I'm not saying it's not true, because only sentient beings can think, but sentient beings do feel. They can think, they do feel.
So, see, in our circles, so when we're hanging out off air, when we're hanging out with other professors and on the university grounds and so on, we praise this exchange of words and making models precise and doing calculations and so on. And I've always intimated that this is entirely incorrect. And I haven't heard an anti-philosopher, like a philosopher that was an anti-philosopher, except one who was an ancient Indian philosopher. I think his name is Jairasi Bhatta. I'm likely butchering that pronunciation, but I'll place it on screen anyhow. Who was arguing against the Buddhists and the other contemporary philosophers by saying, look, you think know thyself is what you should be doing, or he didn't say it like this, but you think of it as the highest goal. However, who is living more truly than a rooster? Like, none of you are living more truly than just something that's just being.
Yes. Exactly. That is the exact same intuition. And yes, it's this idea. I articulated to myself a long time ago that the fly knows something that our linguistic system can never know. That it knows something. It really does. that simply existing and being is a form of knowledge, and it's a deeper one. It's a deeper one than whatever it is that our fancy rationalist kind of perspective has given us. Our rationalist perspective is very, very powerful in coordinating and predicting, but in terms of like true ontology, I suspect it's actually the wrong direction. It's created a false god of linguistic knowledge, of shared objective knowledge, when the subjective is the one that we really have. It's the Cartesian, right? It's the cogito. It's what we know is what we experience. That's the only thing we truly know, and language doesn't really live there.
So I was watching.
Bingo. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. But I would say that, like, you can say, I don't know if I don't know what an anti-philosopher is, but I mean, I think I know. Like, once I asked this guy who was a philosophy professor, and he was just going on and on and on about how there's 3 Marxes, there's not 1 Marx, and like, I was just like, this delved into the level of not helpful, and in fact, like a waste of time, which makes it actually like a negative, and is like mental. It's like mental masturbation. Like you want your thoughts to be for constructive because it is an action. It takes energy to think about something truly, and so you want it to be productive. And so he was just going on and on, and I stopped him and I was like, what is the definition of philosophy? Like, what is its purpose? Like, what is the purpose of philosophy, and the main purpose, and what is the definition of it in like a paragraph or so, like a few sentences? And he said to me, if I could define philosophy in a few sentences, then it wouldn't be philosophy. And philosophy has no purpose. It's like, okay, well, you devoted your life to being a philosophy professor, and now you're telling me it has no purpose. So you devoted your life to something that you can't define in any concise manner, and also then you claim is useless. I would claim something very different, even though I'm not a professor of philosophy. Philosophy is the study of perspective. I didn't come up with that. My philosophy professor in college said it. I don't know if he came up with it, but he said it. And I know the traditional definition is the love of wisdom. You can't even understand what that means if you're not a theist. And so few people are these days. And it also, like, I would say like the love of the wise one is the goal of philosophy, but it isn't philosophy itself. Like, it isn't the definition of philosophy. Maybe it is, because at that level, like, the map is the territory, but it's not the place to start in terms of definitions go. I think that the study of perspective, or the study of perception, is philosophy, and its purpose is understanding. But that means you have to start from something very specific and absolutely true. And that means not only just starting from, what does physics say? It's like, no, what are the constraints of thinking and sense making itself? Like, you have to start there. What is the truest thing that you can know? That I exist. Okay. What does that mean? That you exist. How do you know? Well, because I feel. It's like, this is actually where you start. And it's the second question. What is the truest thing I know? The first question is, what is the first question? And it is just like entirely self-referential. And but you need to break the singularity and create multiplicity. And by doing that, you say, what is the truest thing that I can know? Which means, like, there's a difference between that thing that I can know and me. But the reality is that you get back to, what is the truest thing that I can know? That I exist. The truest thing that I can know is me. It's almost like, but it linguistically introduces distinction, so you can build, even though the answer is still, you get a singularity. But it's totally self-referential, just like the first question. It's like just from a different perspective. The truest thing that I can know is I. And the first question is, what is the first question? The answer is, what is the first question? It's just fascinating. And philosophy has no idea about this. It seems, and they have the cogito. They have like I think therefore I am, but that's not it. It's I feel therefore I am. That's it. That's what is fundamental and what is the starting point of your sense making and your metaphysical framework that you try and build. It is the only way. But instead now you have people who are like writing their thesis on like why the consciousness and the perception of self is an illusion. To who? Like, that's crazy, guys. If there is such a thing as crazy, and I hate that term, it's that. It's like you're basically like defining you're assuming yourself out of existence. It's just like ridiculous. But that's what happens when you get lost in language and you idol worship the things that you've been told in school by people who have, PhDs, or by teachers, or things you've read in a textbook over your own personal experience. You focus more on those. But I love this, like, who lives more truly than like the rooster, or like a fly knows something that we don't. It's not even that. It's that they aren't capable of getting as lost as we are. But we are also capable of perceiving that same truth that they can. But we just have to start with feeling. We need a metaphysical framework that is based around the fundamentality of sentience as the nature of existence defined by feeling. So this is what I wanted to touch on was Curt was talking about like the meaning of life, but we're going to get to that. And then we'll wrap up.
So I was watching Everything Everywhere All at Once.
I never saw it.
Because I also had another intimation. I'll spoil some of it, and if you are listening and you don't want to spoil it, then just skip ahead. But I was telling someone that I think if there's a point of life, it's one of two. And so this is just me speaking poetically and not rigorously. One is to find a love that is so powerful it outlasts death. Okay, so that's number one. And then number two is to get to the point in your life where you realize that all your inadequacies and all your insecurities and all your missteps and your jealousies and your malice and so on, that it rather than it being a weakness, it's what led you to this place here, and here is the optimal moment. It's to get that insight. So I don't know how to rationally justify any of that or explain it. But anyhow, when I said this one time on a podcast, someone else said, hey, that latter one that you expressed was covered in Everything Everywhere All at Once. So I watched it. And what was great about that movie, and here's where I spoil it, is that, and it makes me want to tear. The movie's silly and comedic in a way that didn't resonate with me, but there's this one lesson that did. The woman, she's a fighter, the main protagonist, she's a fighter and she's strong-headed, and she has this husband who is weak and she's always able to put down. And so then you think, okay, well, this is a modern trope where there's always the stronger woman and every guy is like just a fool, and the woman is always more intelligent and so on. Okay, so you just think of it as okay, well, it's just a modern trope. Toward the end, and the guy is kind and loving to people. Toward the end, there was something with, she was getting audited by the IRS, and something was supposed to happen that night where she had to bring receipts, and she couldn't. Now, the husband was talking with the IRS lady, and our protagonist, the woman, was saying in Vietnamese, like, or in Mandarin, whichever language it was saying, oh, he's an idiot. I hope he doesn't make it worse. The IRS lady then comes to the woman and says, you have another week. You have an extension. She's like, how did this happen? She talks to the husband. And remember, this is a movie almost about a multiverse, so you're getting different versions of this. And there's this one version where the husband's speaking to her and telling her, Evelyn, the main character, Evelyn, you see what you do as fighting. You see yourself as strong and you see me as weak. And you see the world as a cruel place. But I've lived on this earth just as long as you, and I know it's cruel. My method of being kind and loving and turning the cheek, that's my way of fighting. I fight just like you. And then you see that what he did in another universe was he just spoke kindly to the IRS agent and talked about something personal, and that softened her. And then you see all the other universes where she was trying to go on this grand adventure and do some fighting. And the husband then says, Evelyn, even though you've broken my heart once again in another universe, I would have really loved to just do the laundry and taxes with you. And it makes you realize you're aiming for something grand, and you're aiming to go out on and conquer demons and so on. But there's something that's so much more intimate about these everyday scenarios. There's something so rich. the journey, there's also a quote about this, that the journey, I think it's T.S. Eliot's, is to find, at the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. Anyhow, all of this abstract talk.
No. It's exactly what we're talking about. Because if you see yourself as a ripple in the universes, right, then you are part of something cosmic and grand. And it's sort of that extensiveness. It's that extensiveness. It's being here now. It's that we aren't just atoms. So we're part of a larger thing. You can call it God. You can call it the universe or whatever. But it's there. It's actually something I think I don't think we really. I think animals don't think of themselves as discrete. I don't think they do. I think that they don't think of an outside and inside. They don't think of an objective and subjective. It's just this unfolding.
So much to say, but this is the last. That was the last clip that we're going to watch. I do think that animals see themselves as discrete, but I don't think that they worry about. They don't worry. They are aware of their being. They do not question it. They are aware of the existence of sentience, even if they don't speak about it and define it in a word. They do what they do, and they have a will, and that is individual. But I do think that they have the ability to perceive inside and outside. What's interesting is that in Sentient Singularity Theory, it starts from you are a singularity of sentience, and you are within a singularity of sentience that is existence itself, and that is the context of all of this. But every sentient singularity or sentient being perceives four primary perspectives. And these four primary perspectives are actually linguistically probably also the beginning of language, but they are the beginning of understanding of differentiation. On a fundamental level, I don't know if they are, if there's not a structure between them and language. There is a structure between them and language. I think that this is like the beginning of perception, and that is where language starts building on top of that, because you need to associate it with it's basically symbolism and associations with experiences, or associating symbols with experiences. That's how language starts, but then it just constructs itself. They're in our models in Sentient Singularity Theory of both of these, and what's interesting is that they come from each other. But this one, which is where all sentient beings kind of exist in, which is, and allows for their, or perceive it, and it allows for their maneuvering, is these four primary perspectives. These are them. They are inside, outside, separate, and oneness. And so when he says that, I don't think they perceive themselves as inside or separate, I disagree with that. But what they don't have is like, this kind of like more complicated generative information structure, but they do have perception and an ability to perceive each other and understand each other as separate beings. And you can see this by the way that they interact. If you study them in the wild, even in captivity, like certain dogs like other dogs and are friends with each other. Certain dogs are attracted like sexually to each other and not others. Certain dogs are enemies of each other. Certain dogs are friends. This is true of every animal, and probably even more deeply possibly existent in beings that are on cellular levels or below. But this just becomes increasingly hard to perceive. But as soon as you perceive, this is required for orientation. And so animals are able to navigate in relationship with each other. This is required in order to do that. That's why I believe that they do perceive inside and outside, because they'd have to in order to orient and maneuver. And this is what's interesting about this is this like almost, it's four perspectives, which are in this case manifested as in the context, linguistically defined, for words that are simultaneously co-generative. The concept of inside requires, and an understanding of it, and the perception of it requires the understanding of the concept of separateness and the concept of outside and the concept of oneness all at the same time. To perceive something as inside of something else, you have to perceive it as separate from the thing that it's within, and you'd have to know what it would mean for it to be outside of that thing, because you know that it's inside instead of outside, and you have to know that it's not one with that thing, because otherwise it wouldn't be inside of it, would be that thing. So these are co-generative, and they are that means like they're co-defining. So separate and oneness is inside. So when people in politics and they get into the abortion debate all the time, which we're talking about fundamentally the relationships of sentient beings in Sentient Singularity Theory, this nested relational structure of interacting sentient beings. Inside of means separate and oneness. So is the unborn baby, is it separate or one with the mother? It's both. It's separate and one because it's inside. Outside is separate from oneness. As soon as it's born, it's outside. It's separate from being one with the mother. Same thing with your cells. Your cells are inside of you. They're separate and one with you. Your fates are intertwined. But as soon as they are outside of you, separate from oneness. Oneness is outside and inside of separateness. Separateness is inside or outside of oneness. These are all four simultaneously co-generative. You can't be aware of these without being aware of these. You can't be aware of this without being aware of this, or this without being aware of this. This is a 4D manifold, and it is probably the reason that we also perceive 4 dimensions of space-time, the 4 cardinal directions on a map, left, right, up and down, which are like the first-hand directions, that you can perceive, whereas a map is like third person. First person is left, right, up and down. All of these things probably due to perception being built on this 4D manifold. The four fundamental forces in physics, 4 chord songs, all of it. It's where stability and completeness is informationally manifested. And this might go as deep as like, why do cars require 4 wheels in order to achieve like a certain level of stability, where any additional wheels after that is like diminishing returns. It's like a car with 6 wheels is not that much more stable than a car with 4 wheels. But a car with 4 wheels is significantly more stable than a tricycle with 3 wheels. And it's just the point of maximum stability in perception. It's everywhere. It would be prevalent everywhere. People that would think that these things are not related, the wheels on a car, the 4 chord songs, the 4 forces in physics, no, because where you are the one who is perceiving all of these things, and your mind is perceiving and orienting through the perception of these 4 primary perspectives and conception of those 4 primary perspectives. So you would see it everywhere. At like whenever you see like fundamentality or stability, you'd see the number 4 or quantity of 4 manifested in structurally in some way, because it's mind. You can't not see the structure of mind in the information that your mind is being informed by, and also like organizing and orienting within. It's just impossible. So, but that said, animals, though, are not so confused by, they're into thinking their own existence out of, they can't think away their own existence like we can, which is a problem. So what I want to say next, though, is what Curt was getting at, which is it pertains to the meaning of life. And Sentient Singularity Theory, again, information is context. There's no information outside of context or information in context. Information is context. Context is information. They're the same thing. In the context of the cosmological model of Sentient Singularity Theory, it is actually, I think, much more like what is the quote unquote meaning of life is pretty, seems to be decently apparent. But the problem is that you immediately realize that the question is wrong. In Sentient Singularity Theory, meaning is not the question, it's the answer, which is different. And so the context is, what is the point of the creation of multiplicity? Why did God choose intentionally to partition his being, his sentient being, into a multiplicity of sentience and create additional sentient singularities within himself? Why did he do that? Because he had to choose to do it, it seems, because it goes against the nature of existence itself, which is by definition and therefore by nature one. Like, it requires action. It's not, it was, he could have just sat there, but instead he chose to do something, to change something and to take action. That's a choice. So what's the point or the goal of the creation of multiplicity? That is a much, much, much better question that includes the context necessary to deduce the answer than what is the meaning of life. And what I think the answer is meaning. Meaning is the answer. And you can deduce this from your own personal experience too, is you feel meaningless when you don't impact others, because sentience is fundamental. It is what really exists, and you want to impact what really exists. You want your impact to be as true and as real as it can be. And if what is most true and most fundamentally true is sentience, then like you need to impact other people, other beings, other someones. Maybe it's animals, maybe it's other people, maybe it's God, but it's not going to be sports cars. And so the question is like, why did God create this? It's like, if meaning, which as far as we know from our first hand experience, everybody knows this, comes from your impact on others, and that's consistent with the seemingly logical assumptions of sentient singularity theory, that sentience is fundamental or should be assumed to be fundamental, then that's also consistent with our firsthand experience. Like, our logical extrapolations would be consistent with our firsthand experience. That's a good sign. But what this means is that God is meaningless if all that exists is him and there's no one else for him to impact. He is meaningless and also alone. People, say all the time, who don't understand God, theism or metaphysics in a theological context very well, they'll say, can God create, if he's all powerful, can God create a rock so heavy he can't lift it? All it means on a fundamental level for God to be the most powerful being is that he's the more powerful than anyone else. Like, his will overrule anyone else's will, because of just everyone is within him. He is our world. If he changes, like, we all have to deal with it. So, like, this and when you combine this idea, what we're really trying to ask is, like, what's the limits to his power? Which is a much better question than, can God create a rock so heavy you can't lift it? Like, you don't even know what matter is. What is a rock? But is there something that God couldn't do even if he wanted to? That's a question that I would have. And the answer, I think, is he couldn't end his own existence even if he wanted to. He is inevitable, because existence exists and non-existence does not. And so existence has to exist. And because it's all that exists, it is entirely self-referential intrinsically, meaning he will be self-aware intrinsically. He cannot end it. So he can't end his own existence. He is initially alone and also meaningless. If you were him, wouldn't you create others so that you are immediately now the most meaningful being, and everybody depends on you? Everybody's existence depends on you. Everybody's, everyone is within you. Everybody owes you. You are also no longer alone. And, you actually there's actually like things going on. Like there's change happening. That sounds like more interesting. But ultimately, like, what is interesting and is not the most important thing. Whether or not you are experiencing pain due to loneliness is not the most important thing. What's the most important thing is your impact on others, feeling meaningful. That's why my grandma said that to me on her deathbed, and why everybody knows this. We had, Elan said we're so focused on the objective. Somebody said that, what's his name? Professor Dave explains, Dave Farina, not a fan, obviously, but very intelligent guy, I guess, but also very lost and cruel. And very cruel. Like, his whole content is about being cruel. Not all of it. Like, he makes actually like videos that, aren't certain subjects, but like his bread and butter main shtick, I guess, that he's known for is just being cruel. And but on a show, I gave a commentary on it, and where him and Grayson say that science is defined by a presupposition of a mind-independent objective reality, which is, where did they get that? I kind of know where they got that. It just means like it's separate from your own perspective, but that doesn't mean it's separate from perspective if it's all within God and God is sentient. Then there is no such thing as a mind-independent objective reality. And so if we want to get to the deepest part of truth, which is really what we mean by science today, is we mean like the collective narrative of truth. Truth stitching, I guess. You need to start from what is foundationally the most true thing that we can know. And that means it's the subjective, but it's not just the subjective. And Elan said it's the subjective. We need to include the subjective in science, which is not falsifiable, which means like we need to change that. That's not a definer of science, not in the definition of science that we use today, at least. But I call it super subjective. There are things that are super subjectively true, meaning like that is that which is personally, subjectively true to everyone. Meaning the true, like what is the truest thing that you can know? The truest thing that you can know is that you exist. The truest thing that I can know is that I exist. Meaning that the truest thing that any of us can know is that I am, or that someone can know is that they are. This is a super subjective truth, and we need to incorporate this into our sense making because it's the foundation of it. It's the only way in which we can actually share common ground with each other and begin to share common grounds and understand each other and have it. And it gives reason for being kind to each other, and it also starts us off on the same footing, which is not the case currently in our metaphysics assumptions within the sciences. We all just kind of don't have we have assumptions, but we like to say that we don't have assumptions, which is the worst place to be. It's like being lost but not knowing that you're lost. That's the worst place to be. And so in Sentient Singularity Theory, though, based on our super subjective experiences of what it means to feel meaning, and based on what we can logically deduce about God, what would be, the inevitabilities of God's circumstances preceding creation, and how it seems like it would be an intentional action that would be required in order to partition his being into multiplicity. This implies that like meaning was the goal, and that it did not exist when God was the only being. He was meaningless. So what is the meaning of life? Better question, what was the goal? What was God's goal in the creation of multiplicity of sentience within his oneness? Meaning. And that's the point of us being here. That's the point of him creating us. That's the point of us being here. We give him meaning. We are born with intrinsic meaning. He does not have intrinsic meaning. He has to create meaning by creating us. How lucky of us. We're born meaningful. He was not. He wasn't born, but like there was a point in which he was meaningless. You've always been meaningful, because if you weren't, you wouldn't be here. Every partition of sentience from God's oneness seems to be like a requiring of an intentional action. It's not a process that's automatic. It takes action and intention every time. And so basically, like I would say, like, what is the point of life? Maximization of meaning. And that means like maximizing your impact on someone, on others, meaning someone else. You can do this by two ways, really. You do this by having a permanent impact on them. And also you can do this by having a large impact on a bunch of people. And in our society today, it celebrates, our culture celebrates like Mark Zuckerberg. Like everybody wanted to be him because he made an impact on the world. Let me tell you, like if Facebook disappeared tomorrow, it would be unknown whether or not it was a positive or negative for humanity. If TikTok and Twitter disappeared tomorrow, it would be definitely positive for humanity. If YouTube disappeared tomorrow, it would be a net negative for humanity, I would say. But so like impacting a bunch of people is not necessarily, it needs to be positive, meaning generative. Like it needs to encourage them to maximize their meaning and help and assist in them doing that. So like you would want things that encourage people to make more people, perhaps, maybe, or to commit to somebody for life and so that they have a permanent impact. If you're Tom Cruise and everybody loves your movies because they are really good. I mean, Top Gun Maverick was like actually a masterpiece. That doesn't mean that much compared to my impact on my wife. My impact on my wife is permanent. Tom Cruise like made a good movie, but if he didn't exist, it's just having maximizing the impact that you have on a bunch of people is not enough. Like a little bit of impact on tons of people, not enough to make us feel meaningful. We already do that. You want to have a permanent impact on people. When Curt says, "I want to have," the point is to have a love that transcends death or outlasts death. A better way of saying this, that's a bit more concise, I think, is you want to have an impact on people or on someone's or on someone that is permanent, that is eternal, like essentially, or at least infinite. Maybe not eternal, but infinite. Maybe eternal if you include God, but if you don't include God, infinite. And eternal means no beginning, no end. Infinite means has a beginning, but no end. Finite means has a beginning and an end, essentially. But you want to have a permanent impact on people. How do you do that? By having being in their life permanently. That's how you do that, for starters. And also to maximize meaning, you would want to maximize the amount of people that you have a permanent impact on. How do you do that? There's few ways, but one of them is having kids. And not everybody is meant to get married and have kids, but most people are meant to get married and have kids. And if you're attracted to the opposite sex, you are meant to get married. And you should try and have kids, and then it's up to God. that is how you maximize meaning, like maximizing the amount of people that you can impact. And you want to have permanent impacts on those people because you want to have deep impacts and also like broad impact on others, but like real. That doesn't mean I gave everybody, I'm Bill Gates and I donated, my fortune and didn't leave any, of it to my kids. It's like, okay, everybody, you divided that equally. What is that? I can buy a soda. Like, I don't know. If you're worth $100 billion and there's 8 billion people in my planet, 100 billion, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 8, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. What is it? Equals $12. Guys, you can have Netflix for a month if Bill Gates took his wealth and split it up equally and donated it to the world. That's not much, I can go without Netflix for a month. But get married if you are attracted to the opposite sex, and you will see that is like the easiest way to maximize your meaning immediately, because it's very hard to have a circumstance in which you are able to have that permanent of an impact on another person outside of marriage. It's very like individually specific if you're able to do that outside of marriage, and also parenthood. Like I have permanent impact on my daughter, and I've had a permanent impact on my wife now, and there's no taking that away ever. And also, guess what? Hopefully my daughter has, God willing, I would like more kids, and hopefully our kids go on to have kids. And like, that's a love, which is a love as an action that is positive. Like it's doing for someone what you would want done to your own, basically, not necessarily just to you, but to your own. So you would treat others the way that you would want people to treat those who you care most about. Treat other people's daughters, if you're a man and you're dating, like treat other people's daughters the way that you would want someone to treat your daughter. That's love. And it outlasts death if it's permanent. If it's permanent, it's permanent. Even if, you don't have kids, it's permanent, it's permanent. You don't even need to think about death. I don't even think death is properly thought about. It's not an end. So anyways, that's that, guys. I really liked this stream. I think that Elan is really onto some important stuff, and really, most importantly, like how to speak about these things. And love to have him on, and at some point, and definitely check out their full stream. Please hit the like button if you haven't. I know this was long, but it was always going to be. I appreciate everybody that stuck it out. Let me see if there's any final questions. It was great to watch, but I have to go. Love and to be loved. This is the greatest thing that one can experience. Yes. I would like to love encompass all emotions, from the most positive to the most negative. YouTube proposed this live to me. It's cool. I really enjoyed the podcast as well. Thank you. I'm really glad you did. Please hit the like button, subscribe, hit the bell notification, because the default doesn't alert you to my live streams. I do this once a week. Next week will probably also be on Wednesday, and maybe the one after. But peace.